All right, chance. We gotta talk about something. I'll play the waiting game. I'll play the waiting game.
Can't spread over every egg.
Are we good? Are we good? Are we satisfied? Is there any others? Are there any others we need to talk about before I jump right into this? Because I am pissed off. Widowmaker, thank you for the 55 stream streak. Ganon, thank you for the 15 stream streak. All right. Am I the only one pushing buttons? No. I'll play the waiting game. We'll wait. We'll wait. All right. Anything else? Anyone else? Are we ready? Has anybody seen the news since yesterday? It literally happened during stream, and I didn't get to see it till afterwards, and I've been stewing on it all night. No. So none of y'all heard that a Minnesotan woman was gunned down in her own neighborhood by ICE. Yeah. A white woman in her own neighborhood was gunned down. So have we reached a point where they don't even care about the color anymore? Have we just gotten to the point, or is it because she was a woman? What? What do you mean, what? Yes, a woman who was trying to leave her house while ICE was in her neighborhood got yelled at, and then two piss-ass ant babies that thought that they were in harm's way when she was trying to leave opened fire into her head. Mind you, while her wife was in the car, too scared to be soldiers, too stupid to be cops? It's not too scared. It's too fucking weak. Fat and weak. Like, these are the same kind of guys who, like, want to be soldiers or want to be cops. But the only way they could get in was through ICE, because they had to lower the requirements to join ICE so low.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
That you could be morbidly obese and still qualify for putting the badge on, as if they actually wore badges, because they fucking don't. Nor do they actually show their faces most of the time. However, this rat fucking bastard that decided to do this, to unload his gun into a woman who was in a car doing nothing to him, actually dropped his mask in the middle of the kerfuffle, as well as more than 3 different camera angles on him. Oh yes, no, it wasn't just EMS. There was a doctor in the neighborhood that was there, and they didn't let him check on her. She basically just bled out in her car, as ICE kept anybody from giving her treatment. It was genuinely. That's the thing too, is the fucking government, especially bitch McNome, is currently trying to say that she was what was the word that they used? I don't think terroristic threat was the word, but I want to say terrorist was one of the words. Even though this was a suburban mother with her wife in the car trying to leave. The state was denied access to the evidence. The mayor of, what was it, Minneapolis? Right? That's the city, right? Like tore ICE a new one during his press conference. And now the fucking PD, the police department, who had nothing to do with this initially, now has to essentially take the fall. And by fall, of course, they mean all of the protests that broke out effectively instantaneously, which, fuck yeah, let's go, baby. To do their job? I don't think so, Ordain. Not in the US. Not in the US when it's law enforcement. Mind you, this was 4 blocks from where George Floyd was killed. Luckily, the governor, aka Waltz, already went ahead and activated the National Guard before the federal government could activate the federal National Guard to move them in, because the anticipation is that these, I'm not going to say riots because they're not riots, they're protests, is expected to be on the level of George Floyd over the next couple weeks. There's not more protests? Oh, I agree. I genuinely think that everybody should protest. If you can, everybody that's able-bodied should be able to protest or go to a protest. General strike. Absolutely, like 100% general strike. Stop spending money. Stop going places. The fire tells all. The fire does tell all. Yeah, Jacob Frey was the mayor. And apparently, I think it was a CNN interview that I saw this morning. He went on to a CNN interview, and CNN has gone downhill since it was sold, dude. It's so painful to listen to CNN because it's straight up just fucking it sounds like a fucking national cod piece. It sounds like they finished sucking off the administration's dick and then walked right live on air. What's the word? Mouthpiece for the politicians instead of more so seeking the truth. So they were saying shit I think the question that they asked him was something along the lines of, do you think you overreacted or possibly escalated the situation by using the F-bomb during that press conference? I would have fucking exploded on that bitch. This man has more decorum than I do. And he said, no, I don't think I fucking did that. On two sides, it's I dropped the F-bomb or I fucking murdered a lady. What's the comparison? Escalation, my fucking ass. How much higher is it going to get? Y'all going to start bombing Minneapolis too? Just like you did Black Wall Street? I could say that it got better training in conflict resolution in the army while mag jumping and shooting a 120mm grenade downrange the howitzer than these clowns in the US? Correct. Because they don't teach de-escalation in ICE. They don't. They're so desperate for agents to meet this quota that they want of apparently, and I'm not even joking, 100 million deportations. The White House, or maybe it was Trump, posted a picture that was basically, they stole art from a Japanese artist, first of all. And then they posted on it what the US would be like after 100 million deportations. And it was a beach picture with a car from the 60s on it. Hi, Zed. How are you doing? Sorry, I have the sniffles still. And mind you, if you cut out 100 million people out of the US, that's a third of the population. Do you want to know what that third of the population is in the US? I'll give you a hint. It's not white people. There would be no new homes. Correct. It's running no season. It's exceptionally running no season. I was also sick last week, so I still have the sniffles from that. Oh my goodness. Delva soon all ICE agents will think that they could not kill people with no backlash. The thing is, he's probably gone. He's probably evaporated back into the ranks of ICE, and he's probably out of the state. I've seen some people post pictures with his name, but at the same time, I've also seen people still trying to identify him. You know what? We can search this. Identified. Ninth ICE shootings in September. Great. Trying to see if we have a name. Oh, regardless, the victim's name was Renee Nicole Good. Her last name was Good. Hunted for the rest of his life, as some people have to say about it. Yeah. He's not going to have a job except ICE ever again. I did see that the IRS has a CEO because now they're trying to run the IRS like it's a fucking business. Because I promise you, the goal is more than likely to, let me think, what's the word I want to use for this? Oh, right. Suck money out of the lower and middle class. Insane. It's someone else. The IRS essentially opened just a new position for no reason. Yeah, they opened a CEO position. What's this? I forget what this is again. Chief, that's what it was. A chief suite, basically, that they've previously never had. Enjoy your liquor, Woozer. His job should be inmate? Yes, correct. Correct. That motherfucker should be in prison. That's murder. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That man murdered that woman. Hi, MB, how are you doing? Well, he should also be in prison.
At you.
Two hot girls kissing. Ooh. Ooh. Are you promising something? Are you promising something? But it's just insane. It's just straight up insane. Wait, what is this? Huh? There's an undercover federal officer who's burning the flag, by the way, in Minneapolis. This occurs at every protest to make them look bad. It's very well documented. Crazy work. Fuck. Oh, and his face is entirely covered. Fucking numbnuts, dude. DHS and the secretary said, oh yeah, the person was a terrorist. I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, if it would have been better, and I say better in heavy air quotes, if they had just been like, yeah, he's a murderer, put him in prison. Because again, these people typically don't give a shit. But for some reason, they have this self-righteous mentality of basically just being like, nah, ICE is infallible. You couldn't even try to spin it as like one bad apple type shit and throw him in prison? Really? Really? It probably has something to do with they can't stand having a single crack in their, quote, perfect facade of ICE. So everything that ICE does that is, quote, wrong, they have to spin as being right, no matter what. Where's the energy they brought against Luigi? What the fuck? This woman wasn't a CEO. This woman was a middle-class person in a suburb in Minneapolis. The original house we were looking at had mold in it, like too substantial to easily replace with our budget. But we're currently looking at 3 other places. We had 4 yesterday, but the mold in one of them, which was the one that I didn't really like, which I'm fine with. So, because it was like a business conversion. It was like a business that got turned into a house and it really looked like it. The wrong iceberg is melting. Beef ice sucks off the CEOs. It's not ice sucking off the CEOs. It's the government sucking off the CEOs. Hold on a second. Okay. Ice agent was hit. That's what they tried to say, but there's no proof that he went to the hospital. Plus, in every single video, that man was nowhere in front of the tires. He was also pulling his gun out before she was moving. That man, but the way I've seen some people talk about it, and you can only speculate on this doesn't mean it's true, is that this man hated that a woman was talking back to him. Was just absolutely livid that a woman wasn't doing what he was saying. Hi, Atlas. How are you doing?
Well, look at you.
Smaller Columbo, like the detective? Yeah, he shot her as she was driving away. Mind you, she was yelled at and stopped because she was backing out of her driveway. No, I shouldn't have guns. I don't think I should have guns at fucking all. Good Lord. Huh. Oh yeah, because that shit always happens with ICE. There's no command. They're all just a bunch of rampant fucking racists at this point, is all I can assume. If you join ICE, I'm not going to make the assumption that you're doing it because you're broke as shit and it's the only way to supply for your family. I'm saying it because you're probably a fucking racist. Or at least some kind of bigot. Bit redacted? Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, no, it's a murder. It's not assassination. It's a murder. Assassination would be directly and aggravatingly like targeted. No. This was straight up murder. Could you say it was premeditated? No. But it's murder. It is absolutely murder. Oh, I completely agree. I think every single person in ICE should go to prison. Of course, after a war crimes tribunal. Naturally. As you do. Oh, absolutely not. It should never have happened. Not ever.
Come on and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
Hold on a quick second. Pippin, how was your stream? Did you have a good time? What were you doing? Helldivers? Is there something new in Helldivers? What were you doing in Helldivers? Burning stuff down? Blowing stuff up? Jesus Christ. Why am I getting so much not safe for work shit on my fucking Twitter feed today? You know what? Hold on. I'm just going to go ahead and... I'm going to send this to Kono, because I know he'd like it. Okay. That poor bastard's going to open that link in public. I know he is. I know he is. Does the not safe for work chat in Discord want it? All right, I'll give it to you. It's fine. It's fine. Somebody reposted it, so.
Step inside.
All right, what was that? Epic Blit, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Somewhere in court, Kono gets a notification. Boop. And so he usually does, I'm pretty sure he still does, oh, what was it? He does like virtually most of the time. Oh, good Lord. Rev's running his fucking mouth again. All right, what did Rev say? It looks like he's saying something about Hassan Abi. Do you think spewing violent rhetoric and direct calls for political violence in front of millions of viewers for years might be contributing factors to why psychopaths feel emboldened to try and run over federal agents during their jobs? Okay, I knew Rev was fucking bad. No, never mind. I actually knew Rev was this bad. I take it back. Fucking insane. Rev is a fucking piece of shit. I am surprised anybody follows them. Granted, I suppose Rev is on the same level as like Asmongold. So I don't want to make an X account. I don't think there's any way to show you without an X account. Yes, exactly, Rivet. Exactly. All right. Guy VTuber, underage avatar. Yeah, they do a bunch of right-wing politics. And unfortunately, I know that there are mutuals of mine that follow him for some reason. Here, you know what? Let's go look. Let's go look. Why not? 24 people. Jesus. Oh man, some of them are even close friends. Oh, Jesus. Fruit. Fruit follows them. Okay, John Cena following them is not that surprising. John Cena literally follows back every single person that follows him. I'm guessing they just don't know. I'm hoping they just don't know. Who this person is, and I'm glad I don't. Good. Basically think a VTuber who doesn't stream. They don't stream. They only make videos on YouTube. And all of their shit is basically right-wing grifting. Accidental follower, like they got bot followed. It could be possible. It could very much be possible. There's tons of alternatives too. Sometimes there's random follows. Sometimes there's like, I know there's some people that are like, what do they call them? They call them like algorithm follows or something, where if you follow like big names in certain communities, it supposedly helps you get like more discoverability. Sorry, I meant bot followers. Well, yeah, but that would require their accounts to be like stolen. Usually, at some point. Being a bigot, I'm just a contrarian to the average views. No, you're a bigot. And I've actually seen Rev directly attack one of my friends by name, by fucking name. So that piece of shit can burn in hell for all I care, and they will if they believe in hell. I'm sure. They almost certainly will. My arms. Oh, thank you, Orwell. There we go. Happy Orwell. And while your model's so rad, well, thank you, Happy. We go kick Rev's ass in. We're not nearly close to competitive size. I'm pretty sure Rev has like over 1 million followers on YouTube, and probably he has like 100K on Twitch. Not Twitch, Twitter. Huh. Okay. Don't need to be to burn a Minecraft house down. I don't know if he does Minecraft shit. I don't think he ever does games. I'm pretty sure he just rage
Wake the
baits.
fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
Oh. Rev is also like the equivalent, is like the VTuber equivalent of Grums. If anybody remembers our like annoying rants about Grums. To cover up the act of violence? Okay. No, I see where you're going with this. I get it now. Hold on a second. Okay. City that's thinking small. Oh, good lord. I haven't seen anything about Grums since leaving Twitter. How blissful it's been. We haven't looked at Grums in multiple months. Do we want to go see what nonsense he's been screaming about? I kind of don't want to. Do a video on Rev pointing out his BS? I could, but the thing is, I don't want to make a content wave reacting to somebody like that. It's counterproductive. As much as I like to bag on like Nuxtaku, Rev says Dasu, Grums and stuff, at the same time, that is also just Oh, good Lord, what is this? DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says the shooter was previously dragged by a car in June. Records suggest the shooter's name is Officer Ross. And then the quote tweet for this was, so I guess the ICE meta is coming close enough to the hood of a stopped vehicle from the side and you get a, quote, legal kill? We're not letting this shit slide, man. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck them. It's not hard to avoid getting run over by a car. I'm not gonna lie. Especially when the car is going single-digit miles per hour. Leaves you covered in shit. Exactly. And the thing is it's not good content. I'd much rather use content like standing on my own merits and my own points rather than reacting to someone else's shit. Which is why any stream that I usually do these things where like we pull up like Grums or somebody else, I don't really upload them to the VOD channel. When you wade into the cesspit too much, it makes you look bad and smell bad eventually. Magdump of white suburban mom? Yeah, apparently. Apparently. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, I just saw a video of a woman failing to lift herself up in the subway on a bar, slamming her very obviously, what's the word? Implanted ass. We'll go with that. Directly into some poor guy sitting in the chair and then running out the open door of the car. So basically, we have an incomplete VOD channel. Oh, that VOD channel has been incomplete from the start. I haven't really uploaded many, if at all, of like the just chatting streams. I do need to do the ones. I'm gonna do all of the Warframe streams and then the chatting stream we had Tuesday. I wouldn't be reacting. I'm talking about edited ratio on them like the Birdman does for the critical drinker. Being critical drinker. Birdman. Critical drinker. Not ringing a bell. Trying to make a fan run VOD channel to make up for this? Hey, if you want to. If you want to, go ahead, Sunstar. Don't you already save like a bunch of the VODs? It's basically if huh. Interesting, I guess. New DHS press release. I made up. You made up. Oh wait, did I miss it? Did I scroll up? Our stormtroopers had to shoot the line of people in front of the wall. Those bound and gagged protesters made the soldiers fear for their lives. Christ. They would say some shit like that. At this rate, that's quite what it feels like. Trying to see if there's anything else of interest. But I'm going to make the regrettable decision of going to see what Grums is doing. Oh my God, he has a sponsor icon next to his name. What is it? Meta PCs? Ugh. Ugh. Okay. 22 minutes ago, every ICE agent lives in daily reasonable fear for their life because this stuff is everywhere and egged on by Democrats. And it's just, oh yeah, that's Blue Sky. Comments, kill all ICE agents, every single one of them. Wish I could go back in time and experience again the joy I felt upon hearing Charlie Kirk had been shot and killed. Remember to kill an local ICE agent if you see one. Okay. Okay. Hi, Sal. How are you doing? Is being an archive channel not so much as the monetary part? Oh, I know. It's just like some of those, though, I don't feel like I want them always to stay around forever. Which is why, like, I just go with like the other. I just don't post them. I just don't post them. I still want the VODs to go up there to be like things that people want to enjoy and watch. What a year, huh, guys? It's the 8th. It's January 8th. Skyrim. Okay. What is this? PUBG still exists? Oh, good lord, it's a top-down PUBG. Wait. No, this is just top-down Rainbow Six Siege. What the fuck? It even has like sight lines and awareness radiuses. Granted, I don't think I'll ever touch a PUBG game again. Because honestly, PUBG games are kind of whack, you know. People Blue Sky are, look under the comments of some of the devs, the official Blue Sky account, and what I previously mentioned, I hate it so much. Otherwise, I like the software Blue Sky produces in the dev community. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Dear Hun guys, Critical Drinker loves to argue that he is giving real criticism on movies, yet this so-called criticism is just, why is the woman allowed to be here, or why are black people allowed here? What? I played PUBG when it was new, like when it was kind of the big thing, when battle royales were just kind of just kicking off. Huh? Oh my god, 9 hours ago. Oh my god. They're throwing a bitch fit. They're pulling a war on Christmas with Uma Musume. They're upset that after Ogiri Cap's language got localized to English, she didn't say Merry Christmas. And Grums is telling them instead of doing Western localizers, they should just swap to AI. Good experience on Twitter and a quiet well-to-do everyday experience in Blue Sky. I just quit Twitter because it was getting weird. Yeah, apparently 9 hours ago, Grums was upset that I guess the wording is not to their liking, even though it's her talking to, I guess, like a mall Santa that's off screen. Okay. I guess. I'm gonna quit all social media at some point. I'm tired. I genuinely would if at this point it wasn't integral to what I do. You know, he's also showing trailers for a cute game called Silver Palace. I have no idea what this game is. It looks well animated. I take it back. Never mind. That's a lolly. It's swapped characters, and then it was a lolly wearing like a weird maid dress that I could only see from the back, and for some reason, there's no back. It's all straps. Okay, that's a guy. I've never heard of this game, and the fact that he's, what's the word? Shilling it is a little concerning. Victorian style open world RPG Castle of Silver are too beautiful. Gameplay footage of real machine. This is also translated from Japanese. It's been released showcasing an appealing world, characters, battle scenes, everything. I'd say somebody shoot me, but then I know the person that would shoot me would probably be an ICE agent. Blue Sky's main point is the app protocol. The app view is really secondary product from what I've seen. You don't like Blue Sky, make it yourself. Find someone who has made it what you want it to be. And you talk about that all the time, but that's above the average user's grade, Sunsar. And the average Blue Sky user doesn't know it's alterable. They have no clue. Okay. Let's invent new terms for old traditions, still use them positively, just rage bait the anti-woke morons with brain rot. Okay, what's a good example for that? What could we do? What could we take? I think my favorite way to just piss off right-wing people is just to adapt Muslim holidays. That's just my favorite thing to do. Oh no, I'm sorry, I can't go out to dinner with you tonight. I'm observing Ramadan, so I can't eat until the sun goes down. If we're willing to go much later, that'd be totally fine. An even better boogeyman than communism and socialism is a buzzword. I don't think any of those things are even buzzwords. Well, okay, they are buzzwords. I just don't think they're, what's the word? Boogeyman word. They're only boogeyman to morons. An established definition or policy. I mean, there kind of is for at least like communism and socialism to an extent. It's very general rules, but there's a general idea. Wait a second. Oh, never mind. This is an A24 production. Never mind. Yeah, I have a Yule celebration. No, sorry. Me and my friends are having a Saturnalia celebration. We're going to be celebrating the solstice. 99% of the time, I have too much on my plate to worry about as a single dad with 2 sons. I know, Pitfin, but that 99% of the time is not true. Everything you do, everything that affects you is politics. All of it. All of it is politics. And those I support and look up to, you have my support and encouragement. Always look up to you. I hope it's okay to share that. Yeah. But I mean, I'm just saying, it's claiming that you're not non-political or thinking politics doesn't affect you is just not true. Literally everything is a result of politics. Yeah. Do I still have that in the rules? I'm pretty sure I took that out because I talk politics way too much here, and I didn't want that rule to still be in there. I think I took it out of the Discord. Is it down below? Is it in the rules panel? Politics is into you, that's for sure. You paying taxes? That's politics. You have to pay a tax on everything you buy? That's politics. Interesting. Also, what the fuck? This makes something is above the power of regular users. Why one of the devs often pushes things like running your own PDS. I have the same response, but it doesn't. It doesn't too simply use something like Dear Social or one of the hundreds of forks out there, or all you got to do is change the domain to visit. But that's all specifically the app view. There's more than apps to Blue Sky. Custom feeds, which you can explore in-app labelers and more. Oh my goodness. Tell that to the idiot half of the country that refuses to vote. Yeah, also true. The thing is it's fence sitters. Sometimes it's not even people that just, this is the downside to when it comes to having a limited voting window and voting in person being one of the only options in certain states. People don't have time to vote. That 50% of the American population that doesn't vote is not just because they're like, voting doesn't matter. It's a good portion of that is because they don't have time. They can't afford a single day off to leave work to go vote. Or they have kids and they can't go vote. And then voting places are only open during certain times, which is usually, not always, but usually most of its time is during the workday. If we're talking Blue Sky one day, why would I ban you for talking about Blue Sky? It depends what you're talking about in Blue Sky. Weekend voting? Yes. Yes. We really should have we should make a more secure system and have digital voting. But the government rather send that money than creating a properly safe electronic system to war. It's God, it's paper ballots that are then scanned into a digital system anyway. Why not just have a digital system? True, but I don't push my views on others, is what I'm getting at, and I try to be respectful to others. I serve the military. I believe that everyone has the right to an opinion, even if I disagree with it. You can certainly have opinions, but it also boils down to the point of where does that opinion end? Where does the righteousness of that opinion end? Is the opinion racist? Is it bigoted? Does it direct hate at other people? Does it remove the humanity from another person? It's one of those points where you have to draw a line at which opinions you're going to accept. That time off continues to cost them in the long run. I have lost 2 different jobs because I refused to work on voting days. No regrets. Yeah. The thing is, wait. I don't know if it's state or if it's federal, but they can't fire you for going to vote. I'm pretty sure some states have laws that you can't be fired for leaving work to go vote. Making fun of the Trump love boat? Yes, the Trump class would never be able to handle workers here in Finland since we have multiple religious holidays that are off by default. Yep. If I've seen videos of like American, like not necessarily CEOs, but like management teams in like basically just corporate jobs bitch about their like European counterparts because it's like a multinational thing. And like the Europeans will be like, anyway, guys, we got 3 weeks off for the holidays. And then the American team only gets Christmas Day off. Kono, wait, is Kono here? Oh, no, Kono's not here. Kono's probably, actually, hold on. I have notifications in Discord. Oh, Kono answered. Okay. Yeah, he answered, but I'm not going to ask him to get in here because he's probably busy. It's the middle. Yeah, it's basically the middle of the workday for him. I'm trying to summon him post-bobes. I'll never get 3 weeks off for Christmas when I worked. It's not usually given 3 weeks. It's usually you take 3 weeks because a lot of people will only will save like their holidays over the year, the personal holidays, till the end. It's kind of a running meme. It's a little over exaggerated. It kind of depends on where you are. But there are some places that like when holidays roll around or when like summer rolls around in certain places, people will just disappear from their jobs. Oh my goodness. Potomsium? Oh, like I got Christmas Day and I got Christmas Eve and Christmas Day off. My company is so generous. Did they give you a bonus too? Boobs, a boobly DBZ figure, and a Book of Mormon. Oh my god. What's funny is he's not even Mormon. That was, I forget, didn't I add the Quran as an emote to fucking 7TV? Hold on, let me see. Did I? Oh my god, I did. Goofy. Goofy. Find lawyer willing to take a blue collar case because I tried both times. Well, they fired you for this other reason, so it's really hard to prove. Most places aren't like New York. Most of the country doesn't require lawyers to be pro bono work. Was it illegal? Yeah, but am I a redneck with holes in my jeans? No lawyers ever wanted to take my case, even with good evidence. That is the downside. That's why labor regulations are fucking ridiculous. Losing all the labor regulations that we've had in the past, or even never just implemented, fucking sucks. It just does. Because if say you went to vote and that you like told them on my break, I'm going to vote, and it took like a little longer than usual, and you come back and they fire you, that's very obviously because you went to go vote. But if you take them to court, of course the company's going to claim some other bullshit of like insubordination, multiple late arrivals, or leaving early, or some other shit. They will always try to pull that shit, even if the evidence points that they fired you because you took too long to go vote and came back late. Works for me. Introduce flex time. So how many times I request more than 3 days off, I need to give at least 2 weeks notice. I give like months notice if I'm going to have like, unless I'm sick, unless it's because I'm sick, which I can't predict. But if I'm going on like vacation or I'm traveling for something, I give like a 2 months notice because it's not a request. It's a fucking warning. I'm going to be on the other side of the country or on the other side of the world. And if you call me, you're fucked. I'm telling you that now. Unless it's something I can answer over the phone in 10 minutes, you're not getting me. Like, but I'm not going to be making like vacation plans within 2 weeks. I just don't do that. I always have to plan things ahead, especially big trips and stuff. But I mean, Kono does blue collar cases. Or he used to. I don't know if he still does the same stuff anymore. Don't buy tickets or make reservations until we give approval to try and head that off. How about they eat my entire fucking ass? You don't get to control my life outside of work. Nor if I give you warning well in advance. Wait for our approval. You don't control my life, middle finger. The kind of dedication to a company. Again, though, like the muscle farm I worked at, I loved that job. I was willing to bend over backwards for that job because of how well they treated me. It's the only job I've ever had where I felt like that. And I've always busted my ass in almost every job I've had, to the point where every job I've had, hated it when I left. You make schedules, you rarely follow the schedules, but you still make them. We stick to the time slots. The time slots are there. No, mussel as in the seafood. M-U-S-S-E-L. Call me in while I was at a funeral. They knew about a week ahead of time that was approved. They straight up cursed him out in Spanish. Lost my job on the spot. Yeah, they could eat my entire ass if I was going to a funeral. How did you lose that job? I didn't technically lose the... Okay, I did kind of lose the job in a way. I couldn't afford to live in the city anymore. So if y'all don't remember, 2 years ago, I lived in New England. Worked at a mussel farm. It was fantastic. When me and the good roomie, I had 3 roommates at the time. There was 4 of us total. And 2 cats. If you remember Cheese, you've been here a long time, folks. But 2 of those roommates... Those 3 roommates lived together before I moved with them. Before we moved into a 3-bedroom apartment together. Well, townhouse, technically. And those 3 roommates lived together before in an apartment together. And they told me when they moved out, we're currently suing the landlord. Now, trying to sue the landlord was a convoluted thing because apparently after they moved out, the original landlord sold the place to a company. The company sold it to another company, and so it was like lost in paperwork about who the fuck owned the building now. But while they were there was like water damage. At one point, the neighbor upstairs fell unconscious in the bathtub. The bathtub overflowed and it caved in their bathroom ceiling. And they were telling me that the landlord was blaming them for that, and they were told that they owed him money to repair it. That's what I was told. Fast forward 2 years. I lived with them 2 years. Me and the good roomie at this point are trying to find an apartment. And we keep getting denied, and we finally get a physical version of the background check. And I read his, and I find out it's not because the landlord was a piece of shit and was trying to sue them to get them to pay for the damages that he didn't want to repair. Who chose you? Yes, it was. Yes, it was, Queens. It was because the other 2 roommates didn't pay $3,000 of rent. So the roomie that I was trying to move in with on his background had a mark that basically, to any person that immediately glanced at it and didn't know the situation, looked like he didn't pay rent, even though he was the only one out of the 3 that was paying the rent. Mind you, nobody had paid it back in 2 years, even though at one point the good roomie offered to just pay the whole thing because he was a car salesman and he was doing really well at the time. And it comes around to the point when we're trying to move. I'm gonna ignore the boat for now. That's a nice boat. Anyway, I couldn't ignore it. And he offered to pay it multiple times. And the other two said no, because we're going to countersue him for the money, blah, 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 blah. And they just never did. They did nothing. And I think still to this day, it actually, I don't know if he's probably not here, but next time he swings by, I'll try to ask him. It's Drip Lizard, by the way. If you see DJ Drip Lizard in chat, that's the good roomie. We both got screwed out of being able to get an apartment. I even tried to go full-time with the muscle farm to try to make more money. But apartments up there were so ridiculously expensive that it was borderline impossible to get a decent apartment. We should just all destroy our place. The thing was, it wasn't even the landlord's fault. It was the other two roommates who were pieces of shit who didn't pay their rent. And they didn't pay rent in the 2 years that we lived together. One of them filed with like the housing board in the city because she thought that the rest of us were all broke and we couldn't pay rent. She was the only one that couldn't pay rent. So we did have a period in there where we basically weren't paying rent. And frankly, I think at this point, it probably counts as fraud for her. But that was so long ago, blah, 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 blah. Flash to the clips of the good roomie? Yeah, the one that you hear come in, like, bring me food and shit. And the thing is they got out of it basically scot-free. Because I don't know if this is the case, but they worked at Walmart. They probably were never able to pay off that thing. They co-leased a coworker's house. So, like, the coworker basically didn't live in the house anymore. He had it for a while, and he basically just rented it to them. So they got to jump from this townhouse to a whole ass house to themselves that, knowing how dirty they were, they probably wrecked it. Oh my goodness. And then me and Rumi couldn't find a place. So I had to leave in less than 48 hours notice, drive from Maine to Texas. And Rumi's dad was getting a divorce because it started a family fight when he asked if he could move in for a couple weeks to save up money to pay off the debt. His dad's wife, his like stepmom-ish, who already had her sister and her mother living in the house, threw a massive bitch fit. And it made his dad realize that it wasn't, that she didn't have the same devotion to his family as she had to her family and the devotion that he had to her family. So divorce shenanigans there. But now I know Rumi's doing pretty good. He's got a nice job. He's got a girlfriend, if I remember right. New landlord asset holding company still fucked y'all. Fuck it, just destroy it on the way out. They could ruin our lives on a whim, but we can't effectively fight them. Nah, destroy their profits. Oh my goodness. Hi, Blood Moon. How are you doing? I wonder what happened to them, those two. The thing was, it's like, there was a long time, like, in the 2 years we lived there, the girl never had a job until, like, the end, where she got a job at Walmart, where her boyfriend was working, who was the other person, the other roomie. And he was working, like, 20 hours, and she was working 8 at most. She specifically went in and said, I can only work 8 hours. So she worked like 2 days and had to take Uber to get to work. So I'm pretty sure she was spending more money on Uber than she was making. I'm fine. What about you? All okay? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Also, I think the ad break's about to start. I don't even have the game open. Give me a second, chat. Give me a hot second. Stream pass. Oh, I'm gonna have to turn off the... Here, let's swing over. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Oh, that's not the right thing. Turn off the filter. Because otherwise, it'll break. I've had time. All right, kids. Stream Pairs Circus Tent now. Do you want something else? Would you prefer a different game? I like this one. This one's my favorite. And they were roommates. No, these people were, it was a pigsty in there. 2 cats, a place that we never even truly got to fully furnish. We had the world's ugliest bright red leather couch in the living room. Because I think somebody at somebody's work was trying to get, oh, it was the good roomie's coworker was getting rid of it because he got new furniture for his trailer. I'm not gonna lie though, that coworker's trailer was actually really cool. It was really retro. He had a lot of retro posters and signs and stuff. It was very much like a boomer bachelor pad. It had a little like divorced dad energy to it. But it was very cute. It was very cute. It felt like a trailer straight out of like the late 70s, early 80s. Oh god, I still have crumbs open. Hold on, what the fuck is this? Wait, VRAM wrong? What do you mean VRAM wrong? Okay. What do you mean VRAM wrong? How could it be wrong? Minimum required VRAM, 8 gigs. Recommended 12. I mean, I can understand the CPU being wrong because apparently a 9500K doesn't exist, but a 9500 does. An i5 9500 exists. We'll do one more round. Downloaded the wrong VRAM? Christ. Yeah, it's the 007 game. But like the video RAM looks fine. I'm pretty sure this says 8. Like, yeah, you could put but there's multiple graphics card in like the minimum and max in the recommended. So obviously like the minimum amount of VRAM that you want is going to be 8 gigs. The 1660, is it? NVIDIA. Isn't there a version though? 1660. I want all the specs into the NVIDIA site. Fuck your optional cookies. Compare specs. Oh, good lord. Okay. Up. 1660. Oh, you're right. It doesn't go anywhere above 6. I was looking to see if there was like the supers or anything. Okay. And then RX 5700. What are the specs for the RX 5700 series? 8. Okay. I mean, they probably ran tests on it. Wait, does that say 90 gigabytes of memory needed? Christ. Christ. Have a good night, Sushi. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I know, failed. All right, we'll swap games. We'll swap games. For next time. We'll do... we'll just do words. We'll just do words next time. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. But yeah, okay, words is ready for next time. We'll do words next time. We're going back to the desk, kids. 2025 was amazing. 2026 is filled with happiness and opportunity. I'd hate to say it, Lance. I'd hate to say it. But we live in a hellscape. Oh, good Lord, they're trying to slander. Oh, good Lord, they're trying to slander the woman's wife that got murdered. Oh. Oh, they're going to try to take the kids, aren't they? Oh, they're going to try to take the kids, aren't they? Oh, no. Word's not okay. Learning time. Learning time. 2025 failed to kill me, and I intend to make 2026 regret the mistakes of its predecessor. Correct. I did see somebody post a video that apparently some news organization found the grandfather of the kids, technically, like her dad. And supposedly he said some things along the lines of, oh no, those poor kids, they have nothing. I'm going to have to go pick them up. Ignoring the fact that there is a whole ass wife right there. But okay, I guess. Okay. Is going to have a hell of a time. Yeah. I hate it. I hate it here. I hate it here. So happy to have made it into a YouTube short. Oh my God, you dork. Paternal granddad? I don't think it's paternal granddad. I think it's her dad. The lady who got killed. It's either her dad or her grandfather. I don't know which. Again, I've only heard it once, so it's also very possible that it's not true. I've only heard that situation once, but I've also seen these other things that people are trying to like slander the still living wife. So it is suspicious. Hi, Grins. Uh-oh. Some guy yelling into a bullhorn yesterday afternoon saying, quote, "The storm is here. No one can stop what is coming. We executed one of you yesterday." Is this what happens when you let a groper go in public? That kind of feels like the case. It's giving. Oh, what's his name? It's giving Nick Fuentes enjoyer. Fucking Christ. Breaking news. MAGA is saying that Baron Trump should marry Princess Isabella of Denmark so that Greenland would be given to US as a dowry. What fucking year is it? 1772? 1644. I'm just picking random numbers, by the way. I'm not thinking of any specific year. Fuentesites deserve fresh Campbell's soup straight from the can? Correct. So we're just going to terminal velocity into feudalism? Oh, that's what they want. I'm not even joking. That's what fucking tech billionaires want. The goal is either to completely dominate the US economy or crash the economy and then be able to replace regions like states and stuff with just fucking business conglomerates. Oh, also not to mention that Microsoft's CEO got really upset at the idea that people keep calling AI slop AI slop. So everybody adapted the word of calling Microsoft Microslop now, and he's really upset about it. So you should keep doing it because it is slop. Can we stop reinventing bullshit for 5 minutes? No. Because reinventing certain things can lead to improvements, but not in this case. Not in this case. What the heck? I need a break. I'll catch you later. I'm sorry, Queens. We'll be having a chill break shortly. We'll be swapping over to some food stuff and probably some tasting history. Let me get... Because we were going to watch one Tuesday. Oh, here it is. It was the French peasant one. But I also have another one for like Korean puddings that looks really good. Can we get more Alton Brown? Actually, yeah, we may be able to do more Alton Brown. Because I know Alton Brown has been turning out videos ridiculously fast. Ooh. Okay, so sweet potato pie. We've saw his Big Bird one. And since then, he's released 6 more. Standing rib roast, gluten-free sugar cookies, icing man cometh, breakfast noodles, and all the world's a soup. I think we want to do that one. Yeah, we'll do that one. Glad your snifflings are better. It's fine. I still mute to do the nasty. Incredibly, in this whole slop fest, Dell actually admitted that people don't give a shit about AI and laptops, and they brought back a model that they had killed a year ago. Huh. I mean, that's also not to include that apparently Microsoft is also trying to force co-pilots into... Because they're so upset nobody's using co-pilots, so they're forcing it into the Microsoft suite, 365. So that they can basically claim that anybody who's using 365 is using Copilot. Because the only way that they can make it seem successful is by fucking faking it and forcing it. Help predict cancer growth. Oh, that's completely different than like generative AI. I still mute to do the nasty. Yeah, I mean, do you want me to not mute? I'll do it right now and not mute. But I don't think y'all want to hear that. I don't even know what Copilot does. I don't need anything out of the Microsoft suite other than being able to type, to make PowerPoints, and to make Excel documents. What else do I fucking need it for? All right, you asked for it. Anyway. High demand on the market? Apparently. Apparently. I'm glad I force registered a copy of Office 2019 just before the hit. I've just been using Google Drive, which they probably are stealing my fucking shit that I upload there. But I refuse to pay for Microsoft shit anymore. You do as I tell you to Microsoft and I say fuck off with a slap? Correct. It's not fair. I'm getting only little ones. I'm sorry. Robin Hood Men in Tights. I've never seen the whole movie. I've only seen bits and pieces. Have you tried using Copilot for things? No. I've also heard some workplaces are apparently trying to force their employees to use AI. I would absolutely, under no circumstance, ever do that. Open Office? Is Open Office like one of those like open source office products? I think I've heard of it. But I like the accessibility of Google Drive also being available on like my phone. I say that as though I also don't have a like 2 terabyte passport on my desk at almost all times. But I also don't have a laptop anymore. Some point I'll get a laptop, but that'll be in the future. That'll be probably far after the move. It's not even going to be a priority during or just after the move. Because I'll have to buy a whole new desk setup. No, we're not playing Warframe today. We're going to be yapping today. And we're going to be getting into some food and chill time shortly. I'm in dire need of storage space. I have so many files. Have you considered getting a tape drive? I can imagine Sunstar being like one of those like data whores. Also, hold on a second. Grog La Torture, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're so catchable. I'm only a couple thousand away. Oh no. Just about everything Microsoft Office does, but it's not as pretty. Huh. Just because they like having fancy tech. Yeah, I mean, you could start saving like stuff that's like you just want to have but may not need every single day onto tape drives. A PC around tax season going with RSI. Are they okay? RSI is pretty decent. I've used RSI products before. I would say right now it is probably a better idea to see if you can find a pre-built location, because it's almost certainly going to be cheaper than trying to buy all the parts separate now, because consumer grade like RAM and GPUs and CPUs now are going to be stupid expensive. So like all of my hopes and dreams of upgrading this PC that y'all got me a year ago or over a year ago is currently a pipe dream, because that shit's way too expensive. RSI, repetitive stress injury? No, not this time. I don't actually know what RSI stands for. At Costco? I mean, it's probably fine as long as the prices are good. And if it's your like first PC, if the prices are good and like the specs are all right, then it should work. And I know they usually have like panels next to the PC that'll give you all of the specs. If you don't know what you're reading, I recommend taking a picture and posting it to the Discord. You can get some help in there. The $1.50 hot dog computer combo. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. But it should get the job done. Pre-builts used to be now, but with like the massive cost in consumer products, the fact that computer builders now buy them in bulk, therefore at a discount, you're almost certainly to get a better deal buying a pre-built than you are building it yourself. Yeah, unless you have very specific taste or working on something that's extremely heavy. Thing is too, is like the only thing I wanted to upgrade for this computer though would be putting more RAM in. That's literally it. Everything else is working great. Like there's no issues. You want to fries the GPU? Just nugs, please. Oh my God. But yeah, like I don't see any reason, especially because like innovation above what my PC can do is almost non-existent. Like the only thing that I could get to upgrade any of the other parts in this PC would be like, hold on, let me double check. I'm pretty sure this is an i7. Yeah, i7. If I wanted to get an i9, it would be like another $400. It would actually be like $900, which is $400 more expensive than this one was. Which would then be another fucking $400 upcharge for a minuscule difference on a CPU. GPU, I have 47 Ti. Doesn't get much better than that. There's no reason for me to get a 4080 or 4090 right now because it just doesn't matter. And I have 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM, which is enough. It's enough for now. I would have liked to have 64 or more, but it's enough for now. It gets the job done. Hi, Gono. But let me see. Interface layout of LibreOffice is more intuitive sense to me, in part because it doesn't change every 3 fucking months, but I recognize that it's not as polished looking. Thing is though, most of the time I'm not making like crazy official looking letters. So most of the time I end up using like Office and stuff as some sort of like Word or script document or something. Yeah, I'll definitely need help. I don't know what any of those words meant. Oh, you didn't understand any of the parts and stuff? That makes sense. That's totally fine. Like, it's complicated. It's annoying. I learned about PC stuff over years. Like, I first started learning about PC stuff when I was a teenager. When I was like 16, 17. 16, 17, I think was the point when I first started learning about like computer parts and stuff. On YouTube for playlists, I save things I would have watched later too. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Tech Dumbin or Dade makes fun of me all the time for it. That's funny. That is funny. I like that. Also, Sunstar. I love that little dance emote. That little dance emote is so fucking cute, dude. Is it bad? I kind of want one. I kind of want one. To be fair, I'm also tech dumb. It's fine. I mean, there's no reason really to know it unless it's crucial to your like occupation or to like a major hobby. Like I've built multiple PCs in my life. Like I built the PC that Good Roomie, I'm pretty sure still has to this day. We worked on putting that together, together. I got a warning, checked it out, it's saying that it's one of my playlists. What? Your playlist gave you a content strike? Is it one that you uploaded? Is it from a video that you uploaded? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Went to Autism Excited about a game, the new Bond game. First Light's main villain is being played by Lenny Kravitz. Yeah. They showed it off at, I think, the Game Awards. He was there in costume. They're taking down the Sunstar mainframe. Oh, no. Nothing. There is my videos. That's why it doesn't mention any. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. All right, chat. Are we ready to chill? Are we ready for a little bit of relaxation time? Okay. Get rid of the word game. Get the capture. Look at Alton Brown's beautiful mug. All right, chat. Who doesn't know who Alton Brown is? Let's chill in the lounge and get food. Listen, I'm going to get a po' boy later today because my favorite Cajun place opened back up today. I'm so excited. I'm going to have to break out the credit card. Fuck. All right. Stabs intern. Stop stabbing interns. Who that is in the video? Okay. Alton Brown used to be a Food Network star. He used to do Good Eats with Alton Brown. He was also the host for Iron Chef. Here, let me see real quick. He looks much older here. Let's do Iron Chef. Alton Brown, just so that y'all, like, you may have seen him like this. You may have seen him like this. This is him, I'm pretty sure, as a judge on a different show, because that looks like the judge table for, like, Chopped or something. But he has been a personality in, we'll just call it, like, the food sphere. This is the fetish guy. He does make really funny fetish jokes. Okay, stab more interns. They're my fucking interns, dude. From some TV show? Yes. He was a major part of my childhood growing up because my dad would essentially, quote unquote, force family time. And his family time was he would watch the Food Network while we sat in the room with him. The Adam Savage of cooking? Correct. Correct. And he recently, very recently, like in the last couple weeks, since Thanksgiving, basically, essentially has made a comeback on YouTube and TikTok, where he has started posting videos, teaching people how to cook and do stuff again. He's the Steve Rogers of the Food Network. He's the Steve Rogers, the man who has never been a problem in his life of the Food Network. Yes, I've seen Man vs. Food was on the Travel Channel, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was on the Travel Channel. But this is apparently called All the World's a Soup. So I'm guessing he's going to teach us about soups. The thumbnail for this had something about saute and sous vide or something like that. So we're going to see what this is about. I'm sure I would like to know the difference between some terminology. All of this is good learning though and fun. So I enjoy it. I enjoy doing these little food things with y'all, even if to my brain it's not like per se content. If that makes sense. All right.
Soup is just a way of screwing you out of a meal.
Huh?
Or so quipped Jay Leno once.
Oh, yeah, that does sound like Jay Leno.
I, however, do not agree with this sentiment.
Okay.
Though humble stuff, the word soup comes from
A mix of Simon Pegg and Adam Savage? I don't know what Simon...
Soup is to my
Hold on.
mind...
I don't know what Simon Pegg looks like, but I know to me he's always looked like Adam Savage. Hold on, let me see. I think there was a point where they've met. Like, come on. If he had the hair he had now, like, yeah, I think this is actually from an episode they were on together. At one point, I'm pretty sure they were on together at Mythbusters, and they did like a food-based episode where they tried to cook a Thanksgiving dinner in a car while they were driving it. I think was the shtick.
The alpha and omega.
Oh, I can kind of see it.
Primordial ooze
I
from
can kind
which
of see
all
it.
culinary life springs, and the highest expression of its eventual
Jay
evolution.
Leno's bitch made. Who'd have
without
thunk it?
soups, we might not even have.
Have you heard of the law of
restaurants
Jay
as we know
Leno?
them, seeing as how the,
If you live in
came
LA,
to
it's only a matter of
use
time until you run into
restaurant.
Jay Leno on the
18th
highway.
century France, based on restorative, which was the common name at the time for soup. Today, of course, soups can be clear and thin or thick and chunksome. Although once you move
I like my
past
thick
a 1-to-1 chunk
I
liquid
like my
ratio,
thick
you're going into
soups.
stew
I like my
territory,
chowders.
which is
I
a
like my
subject
chowders.
for another show. The best thing about soup, besides being, comforting and nutritious and all of that jazz, is that although there are classics, okay, and recipes are helpful for those, but if you follow a simple and highly
Also, hold on, do I have the
flexible
resolution
formula,
down
darn near
low?
anything can become soup.
Yeah, it was kind of fuzzy.
Supus operandi is really a kind of heuristic approach wherein I combine
thicker the soup, the
foods
better?
from
I agree.
6 categories following a typically specific order of operation. Now, the categories are as follows.
Okay.
Aromatics, cooked in fat.
Of course, onions, garlic,
herbs and or spices.
oils or butter or
Flavorful
such.
liquids, assorted chunkies, a source of acid, and a garnish.
He's definitely gonna go into details of these, but if you want a good example of this, aromatics, of course, garlic, celery, peppers, if you're doing something like that. Onions, herbs, and spices, that's gonna be all your dry stuff. Goes right on in on top of all of those aromatics. Flavorful liquids, of course, is gonna be your broths, or if you're using like some kind of cream or something for your milk, or not milk, for your broth or your liquid. There we go. Love that series. Drug acid or hydrochloric. It's not that kind. It's more than likely what he means by acid is some soups will add applications like lemon juice. Things that are acidic. Lemon juice, lime juice. I don't think in this case, I think garnish, because some soups will do like a drizzle of olive oil over the top. I think that's going to go in garnish. Chunkies. Chunkies are going to be of course, anything that's big and chopped. And a lot of soups, that's going to be your meats that you probably pre-cooked. Something to brighten up the flavor. Yes, exactly.
Always. Since I add salt to literally everything I cook, I'm not even going to mention it as a category. Now, let's begin
Salt's
with the
important.
aromatics.
Salt's basically crucial to the human experience this way. Ginger. I forgot about ginger.
We're going to talk about any bunch of little vegetable things or flavorful things that can be cooked in fat to provide.
Could also be like the herbs you put on top and like heavy cream. Yeah, exactly.
Now, this can mean chili peppers
or yogurt. It could
any
also be
member of the
yogurt.
onion family, including garlic and leeks, carrots, rhizomes like ginger, grasses like lemongrass.
I was going to say lemongrass is the only one that comes to mind.
3 aromatics in my soups, okay? And having been raised culinarily
because a lot of those like ginger, lemongrass and stuff is mostly going to be used for like green curries and stuff.
Ratio of chopped onion, chopped carrot, and chopped celery, aka mirepoix. So common is this mixture in my kitchen that I keep small little
Yeah, mirepoix is basically the European rooted Holy Trinity, as opposed to the Cajun Holy Trinity, that instead of carrots is celery. That's basically the. Oh wait, no, that's celery on top, isn't it? It's peppers, green peppers, right? Oh no, I'm forgetting my own Cajun Trinity. It is a very good idea, especially because this is the base for a lot of different things.
Of about 2 cups total in my
Yeah,
freezer.
okay, it is
at
green
all
peppers. I was
times.
right. I was
So
just-
soup, you know, can
I don't know
literally
why I
happen
forgot.
at
He
any
had
time,
celery
and
at the
no
top.
Freezing really doesn't hurt the mirepoix. Okay. Now, when fabricating,
But yeah,
I tend to
he also
cut-
he mentioned one thing. He's glazing over it a little bit. He mentioned how it's freezing these vegetables doesn't affect like the mirepoix. That's because the aromatic flavors aren't lost from the essentially freezing of the water in these vegetables. Now, if you ate them raw or were using them for like, say, hamburger toppings or something, I would like to someday, rocker, someday, rocker. I just don't have the space, and I live in a place where the kitchen isn't my own, nor do I have the equipment for it right now. Like, I don't have anything other than like a web camera. I would have to get a stand. I would have to work out some complications. I think if the way I did it, I would honestly want to do it the way like Onigiri does it, where we have like a cutoff and you can see my hands, and then we have the model in the background. I think that would be the most fun way to do it.
the carrots, which are harder. And
Thing is though, is I'm like,
smaller
I know
pieces
details
just
and
to
in
help them
practice and
cook
everything, but I'm
roughly
not the
same weight as
best
the other
at
bits.
applying them in
Not that
most
this really
cases.
matters too terribly much in soup making, though uniform bits do.
Okay. Listen to me here, Happy. You are correct. You are correct. Alton Brown is daddy, but only daddy in the sense that this is the man that I was essentially raised on watching. As opposed to being yelled at while trying to learn to cook with my dad, who was the family cook at the time. Watching Alton Brown was like calm learning food stuff, while 20 minutes later we would get up and my dad would be making chili and he'd yell at me that I'm burning the onions. Pappy is a good one. I like Pappy. He feels like he'd be a Pappy.
To look a little more polished in the final bowl. All right, into the pot, right? Along with some fat, and I'm just going to use avocado oil here.
Scared me from being in the kitchen. In which
Yeah,
way?
of course, it's not going to get that hot, so technically you could use.
Yeah, he's using avocado oil. This is what he meant by fat. So whenever you're sauteing aromatics and stuff, you always apply a fat. Entirely depends on which kind of fat you want to use. It does actually apply to the flavor. In the case of making, say, like a roux, or in the case of like gumbo and stuff, and the holy, I'm using the Cajun Holy Trinity as an example, because that's the one I'm most familiar with. Higher smoke point, also yes. Smoke point is very important for your fat. Using things like beef tallow, butter, if you're feeling real bougie or you have some lying around, bacon fat, and any kind of kitchen oil typically. Is a good fat to use because it keeps the vegetables from burning all the time and actually helps them render down as opposed to just crisping. Beef tallow is a very good replacement, but it can be a little expensive depending on where you are. So if you want to start using beef tallow instead of, say, like margarine or just full-on butter that is mostly fats, and you want more like meatier fats, you can try and find like local like ranchers and stuff, because if they're processing cows, they more than likely have a ton of tallow. Or sometimes if you find local meat markets, you can buy it super cheap by like the 5-pound bag. And like rendering it down is super easy. Just throw the chunks of tallow into a pot, turn it up and let it run for like an hour or two. And then you pour it into a jar and you stick it in the refrigerator. You also want the fat and the aromatic because a lot of flavor compounds. Exactly. That's also the thing with like the fats that you use also change the flavor of the soups, which is why when you see recipes for certain things, or in the case of Cajun cooking, they almost always use butter. They're not going to be using avocado oil, olive oil, or that. They're going to be using butter because the recipes were essentially created that way because that was the most abundant form of fat available. Correlates with the divorce rate in Maine. That's hilarious. Wait, that's hilarious. So we've also watched a lot of like various cultures across the world when they like cook their aromatics. So in like the Middle East or okay, West Asia and Northern Africa and stuff, they're going to be using oils, primarily olive oil. In like Central Asia and stuff, they'll be using ghee, aka clarified butter. I have a container of clarified butter. I love it. It's so much fun to cook with. Anything's aromatic if you burn it. It's not that way, you goofball. I suggest good ventilation. Also, yes, if you're doing it, you do want to do it under a smoke hood. You don't have to have what Alton here has in his background, which is an industrial smoke hood, but having a like regular one that you can just turn on that has a fan should get the job done. Okay. Wait, what? With snowballs thrown at redcoats? Maybe? Possibly? Oh, I think you're right. If I remember correctly, it was throwing snowballs and then somebody eventually started packing the snowballs with rocks. And one of the soldiers took a hit and his buddy apparently started opening fire. Wait, took a turn. Actual sites now the subject of massive protests. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the video of them all like walking down the street and stuff. The thing is though, it's the Minneapolis Police Department that's having to deal with it. Which, ACAB, but also at the same time, this one's not their fault, but they're the ones who have to take the fall for it. Joy. But yes, protest to your heart's consent. I highly encourage it.
Use extra virgin olive oil if you wanted. I just wouldn't, really. Sometimes I render little bits of...
A precinct burned down for a reason? True. Well, that was because that was the city where George Floyd was killed.
I also add a hefty pinch of salt at this point.
I like his
They
salt
say it helps
container.
to pull moisture out, but I really think it's just about building in the flavors.
Wait. You can't
Because
actually
salt
prove the
does
less salt
interact,
thing, but
with
salting
certain flavor
throughout cooking.
compounds. Thus, salting throughout
deeper
the process,
flavor.
typically results in using less salt overall if you were to add it all at the end. You get my point. Now, we turn...
So I have a thing. If you've been in America, I don't know if this is the same in every other country. If you've been to a restaurant in America, y'all know how that there's salt and pepper always on the table? Everybody else knows that, right? Common thing in most American restaurants, if not every single one. I have never once used them. I never use them on matter of principle. Because if I get a food in a restaurant, it should have already been prepared to the level of spice, salt, pepper, whatever needs to go onto it, to the perfect degree that it is expected to be eaten. Salt on fries, but that's about it. Fries should already come out slightly salted. That's the expectation. I have never done it except when I was a kid at a Mexican restaurant. And that was to add salt to the salsa because they didn't add salt to the salsa. So it basically tasted like tomatoes. I tap the excess sauce off my fries. Unless I'm going to like a place that has specialty condiments on the table. So like if I go to a Chinese place and they have chili oil on the table, I'm fucking using that. Goddamn right I am. Have a store-made hot sauce on the table? Yeah. I miss the old like hourglass shaped salsa containers that Mexican restaurants used to have. I do miss it. The thing is, like Chinese food chili oil is peak, and I'm starting to think white people making chili oil was a mistake. I bought a American-made chili oil that's like in the chili section. Of course, it's in Asian foods, but it's made in like California. And I got it because they were out of Laugen Ma. And Laugen Ma is my favorite. Laugen Ma, a good sized container is $4. This container was half the height of the normal size of Laugen Ma and was $13. And it tastes like nothing. It tastes like nothing. It's, oh my God. That's it. That's exactly the company. It's Fly by Jean. It's Fly by Jean. It tastes like nothing. There's no kick. There's no garlicky taste to it. I am Laugen Ma for life at this point. Laugen Ma is the best. If y'all don't know what Laugen Ma looks like and you don't have it, here it is. is this. I have no idea who this man is. I trust him with my life, though. I trust this man with my life. This is the best chili oil on the market. Globally, not counting what's available locally in, say, like China or places where they actually make it themselves. But if you're not making it, this is the best. Old man, old mom. Okay, that could be somebody's old mom. It's great. And the weird thing is they're all imported, but it's cheaper than all of the American versions. It's always cheaper. It tastes better. It's cheaper. And it's just supporting a person who's actually making a good product as opposed to somebody who feels like they're trying to whitewash. All right. Let me see. Logan Mom means like old grandma. Aw. You think fried chili flakes would be hard to fuck up? I do not know how they managed to make it like borderline flavorless. But the first time I tried it, I was like, it doesn't taste like much of anything. Mexican chili oil. Ooh, I've never seen that. Regardless, chili oil is fucking fantastic.
The heat to medium.
It's also a good
You'll notice
addition
I
to
don't
soup
preheat
at the end.
because I want to sweat the aromatics.
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to saute them.
Correct.
Okay.
Low
Sweating
temperature.
softens without browning. Sauteing always browns, and I don't want that. Right. Medium.
That was what the thumbnail was.
And I'm going to let
That
this
makes
cook
sense.
for
Okay.
probably 5 minutes. Oh, now is also when you should consider adding dry herbs.
Toast your spices? Yes, I have.
And I'm
Cinnamon, bay
using,
leaves. I couldn't
a
see
little
what
bit
the
of
other ones were.
oregano, about a teaspoon. Well, it's actually more than that. And I always use 2 herbs at a time so that one doesn't just come through. You know, they need to be more of a duo. So that
Okay.
is oregano, and this
It's time.
a little bit of thyme, which is my favorite for soups. But I'm going light on that. Only about half.
I'm pretty
the
sure
amount
he's
of
basically
the,
making a.
of the oregano.
It's not a chicken noodle
They do need
soup.
to
It's
hydrate
a.
them, right. So
starts with an
adding
M.
them at
Damn
this
it! Why is
point
the word
makes a
escaping
lot
me?
of sense. And they smell good.
Fish stock, baby. Also,
Alright,
better than
let's,
bouillon's pretty good.
ponder a flavorful liquid. And unfortunately, we're not talking
No,
about
no, not
martinis
chicken noodle
here.
soup.
We're
It's
typically
is it
talking about a
minestrone?
stock or
Is that what I'm
broth,
thinking of?
in which
I think you're right, Nico. I'm thinking he's making a minestrone.
Have been cooked. Chicken, beef.
Because he has the
Ideally,
canned
these would be
peeled tomatoes on the
stocks,
side,
or
too.
liquids in which bones and connective tissues have been simmered for a long period of time, and as such, will be full of lip-smacking gelatin, which delivers a lot of flavor.
Hell yeah, it does,
Now,
baby.
I have homemade. I like homemade because I've always got bits and pieces of necks and wings and backs of chickens, as well as old chunks of onions and carrots.
If you can make your own broth, I believe you should. However, it is very difficult to make it because the supply and the amount of products that go into the broth is a little expensive, unless you have a certain situation where it's affordable. I love my fish overclocked. Actually, how do you overclock a fish? Bouillon is just meat starburst. I mean, kind of, but better than bouillon is a little bit different. I like buying the garlic one. I don't like my soup being fatty because of centuries. Okay, that makes sense. Again, a lot of soup and these different ingredients comes down to preference. He was just mentioning how he likes the fatty gelatinous bits that essentially give it a thicker flavor. Yeah, if you're not cooking other dishes with whole chickens or root vegetables or whatever, you can hard to get ingredients together. Exactly. Or if you're in a situation where like those bits and pieces kind of just land on your lap and you can make broth out of them. In the case of fish stock, though, if you happen to go fishing a whole bunch, you can definitely make fish stock. Discord only just told you I was live. God damn it, Discord. I knew you going publicly traded was a bad idea. But there was something else I was going to say about the broth, but now I can't remember what it was. Oh, he's probably not going to talk about it, but the difference between regular broth and bone broth. Bone broth is essentially the broth making process goes a little bit longer and it renders out the proteins and stuff of the bones. While it does have higher protein content, it's not always necessary to be using bone broth unless you have a health reason. If you're, say, protein maxing for like bulking at the gym or anything like that, sure. Get bone broth for what you're going to use. It's an easy substitute. You can do whatever you want. That marrow, though, hell yeah. But the marrow is the delicious part. But if you don't have a health reason, there's no reason to go protein maxing in this case. I don't know if anybody else has seen it. Has anybody else noticed the massive influx of protein products? Oh, God, that reminds me. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. If I remember correctly, the health departments put out a, quote, new food pyramid. Where's the picture? Why is that so tiny? USDA. Picture. There's not even a picture on the official page. God damn it. There's a poster going around. Oh, this one looks a little bit bigger. I'll just zoom in. It's going to get a little blurry. All right, chat. Say hi to the new food pyramid. It's full of shit. It's fucking bunk. It's not quite upside down, but it is very close to upside down. Grow big pecs so I can have boobs. Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do. I'll get all those chest workouts in there. So this is the new food pyramid that the USDA under RFK Jr. released. If you can't see anything suspicious in here, and I mean, the most suspicious part is apparently the thing that you're supposed to eat the least amount of is grains. As opposed to, you know, butter here in the middle, oils here towards the top with whole milk and ground beef and meats. Vegetables, people definitely need to eat more vegetables in their life. I'm not saying it should be the majority of your thing, but Americans do need more vegetables. But I'm looking at cheese. Why is cheese so high up here? No. Just filler, you know, bad for diabetic blood spikes. True, but this isn't a food pyramid for diabetics. This is a food pyramid to just show to Americans. The thing is, though, is these are like whole grains down here, bread and rice. Those are staple foods. Those are what keep people fed, full. Like, it's just backwards. And the fact that whole milk and cheese is so high up here screams that this was supported by the dairy industry. Pasta doesn't keep anyone full for long. It keeps you more full than just eating only meats and cheeses. It's also the same thing. That's why the combination of having it with vegetables, you're not eating pasta by itself, I hope. It's weirdly split. Like, also, I mean, they're probably just kicking out all processed sugars and stuff. But like, fruit's all here on kind of like the right. Yogurt, egg? Why is egg so low? Again, this is also just an infographic, but to place the staple foods, the thing that is essentially what actually prevents starvation and keeps people functioning on a daily basis, at the bottom is insane. Corn? Where's corn? I'm guessing they're counting that as grains, is what I'm guessing. Top right? I mean, kind of. The thing is, though, is having a proper balance, having a proper meal includes basically all of these things. A bit of vegetables, a bit of meat, and a bit of grain. It's usually more grain than anything because a lot of the healthier foods for you are soups, curries, things on top of the grains or mixed with the grains, because it's the grains and like potatoes and stuff, starches, that keep you full. To invent stuffed crust pizza? Oh yeah, we know that. What do you think government cheese went? It went to pizza chains. That's not even a joke. There was years, decades, where pizza places didn't have to pay for cheese because the government was giving it to them. Pulling his round foods and square foods in the pyramid. You're right, Rivets. Oh, not Rivets. Sorry, Retro. Samsar said that. It moved at the same time I was trying to read it. So we can plot people according to their actual diet balance. Oh no, is this the political four corners, except it's three? Goodness. The thing is, though, is any dish that includes like 80% of all the stuff on the screen is a good fucking dish. I'll hold on a second. But yeah, it's like cheese, the healthy fats can be good, but the thing is, cheese and milk are not healthy fats. Milk, modern whole milk, everything has so much sugar in it. Like everyone needs different dietary requirements. That's true. That it all depends on your health. But this is also a posting for a general healthy food idea. It's the same thing like all the propaganda that you would have like got milk when you were in like elementary school and stuff. What is the sandy loam of vegetables and grains? Just a rice pilaf? Sandy loam? What is that? Yeah, I mean, like, if you're diabetic, you will have a different diet. If you're celiac, you will have a different diet. But there is still a massive general populace that there should be a general healthy diet. Of course, people have different diets, but that doesn't mean that it's also the optimal diet for them. I'd be macro maxing. Hell yeah, get those proteins, baby. I get those proteins. Get you those breads. Get you those carbs. The thing is, though, is it's not like you, let's say you and your friend Jimmy are trying to figure out what diet is best for both of you. If your goals are identical, or if, say, you don't have fitness goals, but you're just going through life, the most optimal diet is basically the same. It is going to be the same. Ignoring, again, this is, of course, throwing out any health issues, throwing out, what's the word? Food preferences, cultural preferences for food. Heroin was not at the top. I'm surprised cocaine's not at the top. Carnivore diet for years now. She used to tell me to eat my veggies growing up. How are her kidneys and liver? I almost got credit for being smart. I'm sorry, Rivets. You tried your best, okay? But yeah, like eat your meats, eat your veggies, but have your healthy grains and stuff too. Grains are a staple food of human civilization, and they are such a crucial part to, I would say, any good meal that you really can't just like throw them at the bottom of a food pyramid under fruits and sugars and stuff. Don't eat those vegetables, they're trying to kill you. Is it because she thinks that all of the like pesticides and stuff on vegetables are bad? She's actually doing really well somehow. I don't really get it. Probably because she's not actually completely carnivore. She probably still gets like quote unquote organic vegetables and stuff, which is kind of a gullible thing that like people on carnivore diets devote to. She thinks the plants are fighting being eaten. That's giving some like Shinto karmic ideas. I mean, is it because, is your mother allergic to any vegetables? A carnival diet? It is not a carnival diet. Isn't that spice? That's what I was thinking. I was like, that's technically what capsaicin is. Coin it merry-go-round carnival diets. Eat the food that you like, eat the food that's delicious, and make sure you're taking care of yourself. That's the carnival diet. Work out a little bit. Work out as much as you're willing to convince yourself to do. is you can only eat what's served on a cruise ship.
Look
Oh my
at
God.
you.
Eating the carnies? Also yes. Cannibalism. Yippee! Purple Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Cotton candy and stuff? No. That I like. I'm going to make a hamburger with funnel cake for buns. Christ. All right, but you're going to spend at least 2 hours in the gym. And one of those hours is going to be cardio.
To make stock out of. And
Anyway,
get
back
into
to making
stocks
soup.
in another episode. Just know that there are some quality commercial.
Hell yeah, he's gonna do a
versions
stock
available,
episode.
so
I'm kind of
always
excited for
keep
that.
those around, and you'll always have soup coming at you. Broth, by the way, is typically a liquid that meat has been cooked in. So there's usually a lot of flavor, but you're not guaranteed to have that gelatin. Now I've got basically a quart
entirely depends on
of
the meat.
liquid for each cup of the aromatics. But you notice I'm a little light here. I'm actually almost a cup light. So I'm going to add another flavorful liquid.
Oh, it's
in the
wine.
form of white wine. Maybe as much as a cup. That's good. The reason that I like cooking with wine so much is that I like drinking wine while I cook. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You're the one doing the cook. There ought to be some more. Okay, I got some sizzling here, and I don't really want
Ought to be some more. Oh, good Lord.
So I'm actually going to turn down the heat. Please notice, and this is
2
important,
shots energy right there.
the
Hi,
soup
Chromaic.
spoon.
How are you
must
doing?
have a wooden spoon for your soup. This one is very old. I've had it for a lot
Hell
of years.
yeah, it is. It's
I've
got the
set it on
burns and
fire
everything.
accidentally at least 12 times, and I think that adds a little bit of flavor to the soup.
Correct.
So
Yes,
hearing
it
a
does.
little bit
It's,
of
we
this
like to
is
call that
okay.
character.
Now that still sounds a little too hot. I don't want browning here, unless it's from the burned parts of the spoon.
Okay.
Fine. We're going to let that completely soften.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not quite done
right.
yet.
Our
What's your
aromatics
pleasure?
are
What's your
fully
fear?
sweated. So it's time now to
Pray,
add
thank you for renewing
the
season pass.
flavorful
Holy
liquid.
shit,
I'm
dude.
making a big batch of soup. So yes, I'm using 2 quarts.
Hell yeah.
I am now boosting this heat all the way up to
Time to start the
medium
simmer.
high because I want to bring this flavorful liquid to a simmer. Go.
It's part of making soup. It is part of making soup. It's part of the requirement.
That takes us to
I
our
got a 12-inch
chunkies.
cast iron pan. It's so heavy. Correct. That's why you got to work out. The chunkies. Time
Not
for your
chunks, chunkies is
beans.
what I
Time
call
for
it.
your
Always
meat.
have. I use 3 chunkies in each and every one of my soups. And today I'm going to use some leftover turkey that I have
Hell yeah.
from the holidays. This was smoked turkey, so that's going to be delicious.
Ooh.
I like beans in my soups. This is just, what do we have here? Butter
White beans.
I could use white.
Oh,
I could
butter
use any
beans.
bean that I want to. Cannoli. Wait, is that even a bean? Cannoli beans? No. I could use chickpeas. I could use white beans. I could use
He
kidney
looks like he
beans.
was looking at
That's what I was
somebody and you
trying
could
to say.
tell that the
I'm gonna use
person
whole
just
can.
gave him
I've
the like,
drained it.
eh.
I've saved the starch water though, because I could use it as a thickener. I'm also
Cooking's
going to
now a
use
workout.
This
I mean, with the
particular,
cast iron, you mostly
example
just
of
stick
soup,
it somewhere. You're not really going to have to
tomatoes. I'm
move
gonna
it unless
use
you're going to
whole
bake
tomatoes.
something.
It's not an advertisement
in
for
it.
that brand, by the way.
Well,
I like
look
whole
at
because I want to be
you.
able to chop them up myself.
Moin,
and let
thank you
them
for the
break
follow.
down.
Welcome in.
So I almost always use canned for that. So
Real British in the
aromatics,
food. Oh, good Lord.
herbs we got.
You're not using like,
We've got our flavorful liquid.
when you're putting beans in soups, you're not using, what is it called? You're not going to be using like baked beans, barbecue beans, or anything of the sort that's already in some kind of like tomato sauce or liquid. You're going to be using essentially raw beans or pre-soaked beans in this case, because in the can, they come out already soaked. Otherwise, if you buy a bag of beans, you have to soak them so that they soften up and then you put them into the soup. And usually you have to soak them for, I think it's a few hours. Sometimes overnight is what some people do.
We've got our chunks. Now, I want to point out, I mentioned acid. Right, I mentioned acid. Well,
But
we've
yeah,
got
if you ever
acid
want to
in
make
tomatoes.
a lot of food all
We've
at
got
once, making a
acid in the
big
wine. So
soup
we've already got some
with a
acid.
bag of
As
beans,
for, a garnish,
'cause beans are
I'll
cheap.
figure that out later. I'm not
by
going to
less than $1
As soon as
still.
I've got bubbles breaking the surface, I bring forth the chunkies.
It's just sometimes it's better
Here
to
I
buy
have
a
the
bag of beans,
leftover,
a bag of dry beans,
turkey
than it is to buy
going in.
multiple cans
Any
of
protein. You don't need protein.
other
Okay, you
beans.
don't have to.
This motherfucker
I'm adding
eating
the
beans.
beans. And you know what?
All right, we're going to have to pause here, chat, because the ad break's going to start in just a second. I'm going to give y'all words, and then I need to run to the bathroom. Yes, beans are hella nutritional, and they keep you full. Wet beans, yeah, wet beans. Because you have to soak the beans so that they soften up. Otherwise, they're basically like biting into nuts. But I will be back in a couple minutes. I will give y'all the music. and I will see y'all shortly. Have fun, kids. Y'all better not fail in the first level. All right, kids. What'd you do? What'd you burn? What happens? Did you break anything? All right, let's go ahead and put just away. Chat, is it soup time? Is it soup time? Do we need to talk about more soup? We started a revolution? What do you mean you started a revolution? Against me? Why me? I thought I was the linchpin here. You'll start a revolution without me. Broke my own kneecaps. Send help. Oh, well, that's kind of your own fault. You said you broke your own, so. Invented a new food pyramid. The food cube. What's the food cube? What's in the food cube? Did you just pick up a box of Captain Crunch? Is that what it is? Did you pick up a box of Captain Crunch?
But I like having a starch in here
Thickens that bitch
help
up.
to thicken. Also,
Hell yeah.
gives the
Also, if your soup isn't thick enough,
you could
cornstarch,
use leftover
baby.
pasta here.
Cornstarch
You could
is your
use
best friend.
rice here. Wouldn't matter. And the tomatoes. Now, I don't know that I want
Or if you're
all
making a
these tomatoes in
potato-based
here, so I'm
soup.
just going to kind of add them
Because you
one at a
can. You
time.
can make a potato-based soup.
Yes, I'm using
Potato
a cocktail
starch.
strainer. A julep strainer, in fact, which I find to be perfect for this
Hell
kind
yeah.
of duty.
I was
You know,
going to
when
say,
it's
that looks
not
like a
making martinis.
julep strainer.
So I'm going to go about 6 of these, and I'm going to hold back. I might need the rest of them in the juice later, but we'll wait and see.
Okay.
Stir.
Now when Captain Crunch,
break
it's all
up
sugar.
some
I
of
know,
those
I love Captain Crunch
tomatoes.
too, but I
Odds
always
are
talk
they'll break
myself
up on
out of
their
it
own.
because I'm like, it's just all sugar. It's just all sugar. You don't need it.
Give a stir. And lid
A couple days ago,
on.
but was winging the recipe and kind of turned into chili. Hey, that's
Heat
totally
down
fine.
just to maintain a simmer. I'm going to guess that's going to be about
Plus, I've taken taco
medium
salads before and mixed them
again
up
on
into
this
the
one.
point where they basically just turn into a
Now
chili
walk
with
away.
vegetables in it.
For 30 minutes, just to let everything in here come together, to let the turkey kind of break down a little bit.
Hell
Some of the
yeah.
flavors, all of the flavors kind of doing a
Cybertruck's
little
on fire.
intro.
Cybercuck's on fire. Hell yeah, even better. I'm only
been
assuming
half
that
an hour.
Cybercucks are
Time
the
to take a
drivers
look.
of the Cybertrucks.
Yeah, things have come along nicely. However, I noticed that some of my tomatoes did not pop the way that I had planned. Now, I could chase them around with my soup spoon.
What are we breaking
but,
out? Are we breaking
why
out
would I do
scissors,
that
kitchen
when I
shears?
have a
Oh,
potato masher,
potato masher.
which is perfect. So I'm just going to get in there and teach those tomatoes whose boss took that. Just break those up.
The best foods for repeated eating, like a frozen batch, can get you through a while. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Chili is one of the best things
Taste.
to make
Very
if you want to
important.
make food for a
Got a
long
tasting
time.
spoon here.
Plus, you can package
Because
part
this
of
is
it
the
and
point where
freeze
we
it.
would want to,
And it'll
adjust the
last for
seasoning. I'm
2
gonna drop
years
the heat
plus.
all the way to its very lowest setting. Now remember, haven't added a lot of salt to this, just the sweat. But then there's salt in the tomatoes, there's salt in ingredients, right?
Oh. He's also very much like winging a
Definitely is
soup,
going
so
to need
I don't think
salt.
he's not really making
But I plan on
anything.
garnishing it with a little bit of salt. But still, it's going to need more. So I'm going to give it about a teaspoon.
He is making 2
Assuming that I'm
quarts
going to add a little
of
bit more
soup.
in my
So
garnish.
keep in mind when it seems like that's a lot of salt. No, it's 2 quarts of soup.
Taste again. Yes, I'm double dipping. Why? Because
It's my
this is
fucking
basically a
soup.
boiling liquid, and number 2, I plan on eating all this myself. If you're serving to guests, you would just do this when no one's looking.
Exactly. Like,
Idea.
guys, you're not supposed to double dip in the kitchen. Is this a restaurant? It's my kitchen. I'm making the food. They'll never know. It's not like I'm spitting in it. But plus, I'm also picky, so sometimes I end up like washing the spoon and then leaving it on the rack and be like, I need to taste it again, and grabbing the spoon again.
Perfect. Now, we're ready to
They
serve the
slurp
soup.
so
Of course,
loud. Oh,
you
yeah,
could
they try to
simply,
aerate it, as they
lid
say.
on and wait hours to serve. But I'm hungry now. I do like a wide bowl so that I can kind of really see the soup. It also will cool a little more quickly.
Yeah, it'll cool a lot faster if you have a wider. Ooh, whole grain mustard.
There. Now,
Soy sauce?
finishing touches. I'm going to bring a little
Chat,
bit
I
more.
will stand by this. I say this every time. If you like mustard, stop buying the like yellow as a fucking banana processed to shit mustard. Buy a Dijon mustard. Buy a whole grain mustard if you're like me and you like the texture. It's so much better and has so many more uses. That's lumpier. I like my whole grain mustard. Yeah, do not stop getting neon yellow mustard. That's terrifying looking. You're not supposed to. It's yes, chef. Yes, chef. Who are you? What are you doing in my kitchen? Fuck off. Salt, a British Sunstar's favorite. I mean, is that the only seasoning you use, Sunstar? Is mostly vinegar? Correct. And food coloring.
acidity to the party. Remember, I mentioned acidity as one of the prime.
But once you find a good brand that you like for mustard that isn't just Heinz neon yellow,
brightness,
it's going to make your dishes that you usually put on so much better. Hot dogs are even better.
Lemon, right, which
with
is
a
really
good
great
mustard
source of acidity, or vinegar. Any number of vinegars would work fine.
Balsamic.
But I have kind of a secret. Well, it's not a secret weapon. I use a spice called sumac. And sumac is a spice.
I don't even know what it
that,
tastes like.
was used a lot in the Middle East and was originally used.
I've heard of it. I just don't know what its flavor
in the
is.
Middle East to put in things, and I like
I
to.
was gonna say I just don't know what the flavor of
directly
sumac is.
to the soup. People won't be able. They'll be like, "What is
I know
that?"
long
They'll be
pepper is
like,
one
"Well,
that
the
some people like to
acidity is
use.
there, like lemon,
That's
but
making
there's
a comeback.
No citrus flavor there from lemon, so that's perfect.
Salt and
I like to
vinegar
do
on
that at the
popcorn and
table.
chips?
And
Ooh,
a little
I do like
finishing
malt
of
vinegar on
salt,
chips.
which we need, right? And I'm going to get that from this hunk of
Parmesan.
Pecorino Romano. Again, I like to do this at the table because then people see it happening and they go, ooh, and they get to watch the cheese melt in the soup, and that's very sexy. And then you kind of tap it before you go, and everybody thinks that you're like a professional waiter. Finally,
The garnish. Wait, hold on. I want to see what's here. So that's chicharron. We got anchovies, various croutons, cheeses, sport peppers. I think those basically just pickled peppers. Pork rinds. I've never seen that put into soup, but I can see it as like a cracker. That'd probably be pretty good. And then more cheeses.
a garnish. Now, I could count the cheese.
I think that was actually a
as
pack of
garnish,
crackers standing
certainly,
up. Now that I think about it, I think that was
then,
saltines.
I could also consider croutons to be a garnish, and I like croutons because they'll break down in the soup. And
I
take us
love
back to that
croutons in
original
soup, dude.
definition, sop. I like a little crouton in my soup.
I do have a channel that I occasionally come
Greenery,
across when I'm
sure,
scrolling
if you
TikTok
want,
that like only
but,
makes
This
soups.
works perfectly well for me. I like watching.
And he's doing like a global tour of
the
soups,
croutons
and I've
slowly
saved like
soak in
3 of
the
them
soup.
that look so
It's something
goddamn
to be
good.
Contemplated soup. I mean, sure, you can look at it as just something to gobble
Isn't
up. but
soaking
take
the
a
bottom of the
moment.
paper? You ain't
Look
done it
around.
right.
Look at what's
No,
going
that's a
on.
little
You've
too
got
much malt
these beautiful
vinegar.
Vegetables. You've got the little pieces of herbage. You've got.
Although I
little
have
bitty
cleared a
bubbles
room
of fat.
before
You didn't
opening a
use much
container of
fat
malt vinegar.
at all. Just a little bit of the oil. which is now
Apparently, it has an
floating
extremely
around in there.
stringent
I can
taste
see
that
the
Americans
turkey
don't
in there.
like, or
And I
smell,
decide
not
where I get
taste,
to take my
smell.
first bite
And it was
from.
like,
I want this piece of turkey, so I'm going in.
it's just vinegar. Where y'all running to?
Oh,
Campfire
Jeremiah.
today. The campfire doesn't have any uploads yet. I haven't got anybody to edit the
Man, I'm
stories.
jealous of all the
I have 2
cars, but
stories
You could really use some soup.
that just need like sound editing and stuff.
See you next time on.
Oh
To
shit!
most of you, it probably
I have no idea who that is. Zachary something. Oh, Predatory World of Pokemon cards. Not surprised. But let me see. Do we? Okay, we're not gonna watch the anti-chef entirely because he used canned oysters when he said they were fresh. Now, who's ready for this handsome devil? Inserts Good Eats outro music. Oh no. Baron Go Round soup channel? No soup. I mean, when it's a chip shop vinegar, the flavor is based on. Oh, I got you. Do you think chip shops water down their vinegar? I feel like they do. I feel like British chip shops would be the type to, if the bottle got below like half, they would fill it with water. Chicken tortilla soup that just goes in a crock pot. Oh yeah, crock pot soup making is pretty easy too. It's not quite the same with certain soups, because like you can't always sweat the vegetables properly and all that jazz. So sometimes it is easier to make soup in just like, I always recommend a ceramic Dutch oven. Let me see real quick. I have, well, I don't see the one that I have, but it's basically, it's this red one, except the lid is glass. The lid is clear glass on the top, and I love it. I love my Dutch oven. A ceramic Dutch oven is always perfect for making soups, making curries, smoking things that are going to take like a long time or anything like that. It's fantastic. So heavy, but you can see your stovetop, then bake them. Yeah. Potato chips or potato chips? Yes. Next zero. Okay. Is a great brand. La Crusette is a great brand, but I'm going to show you something, chat. I'm going to show you something. Let's go look at a Dutch oven at La Crusette. Eat shit. Dutch ovens. Here's all the colors. Can you see the price? Here, let me do a little. Yeah. Yeah. Now, La Crusette is a good brand. I will give you that. They're very good. They are very pretty. You can literally pick whatever color you want. Some of these are even textures. Like this one is fucking marble, dude. And, oh, it multi-selects it. And like, it's also red for this one. Now, this is only the Dutch oven section. We can go to like cookware scents and you'll start finding multiple pieces that are going to get exponentially more. And La Crusette does, actually, I think I just gave this set back to my grandma. She gave it to me years ago. And when I was like moving around on foot and in a car, it's fine. But now that I'm moving over the ocean, I couldn't take them with me. And she had given me a set that looks very much like this one. It's a much older set. I mean, decades older. But I don't remember if it was La Crusette or if it was something else. Like, this is all the stuff that was in the mix. But now all I have to ship is my own Saab. My own Saab glass top one that I still have the box for, so I can ship it super easily. But yeah, La Crusette is expensive. If you want it, if you have the money, if you want to really like pull the white woman together and color code your entire kitchen and its appliances, this is where you're probably going to buy it because it's the easiest brand to do it. But it's a hard sell. I'm telling you. You can get cheaper Dutch ovens pretty easily. It goes up to 500. The thing is though, is these things you'll only buy once. If you own it, it's unlikely that this shit is gonna break. It's not even just La Crusette. A lot of brands are just, when it comes to cast iron, if you handle it right, it is buying it for life. Buy once, cry once. Exactly. If you buy the ceramic ones, take care of it well. Buy non-ceramic cast iron. If you learn how to take care of them, they're never going to let you down. Ever. Not even a little bit. And if they do start to like corrode or fall apart or anything, there are people that you can find online that'll show you how to restore them. Love to just pick one you actually like if you're gonna biffle? Cast iron doesn't like induction cooking apparently. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. When it comes to like cast iron anything, induction cooking tops are not a fan of cast iron anything. Cast iron very much likes direct contact with the heat source, as opposed to the usual induction technology that is used. So if you have a induction cooktop or something in your house and you want to use your cast iron and stuff, buy a hot plate. Aluminum mocha pot coffee maker. Oh yeah, because the mocha pot is also made to go directly on a heat source. So it runs under the exact same thing because it's usually metal on metal contact that cast iron and mocha pots prefer. So induction heating doesn't work well with them. Induction heating mostly works well with like aluminum cookware. And that's kind of it. A hot plate? Oh, I got you. So more often than not, hot plates are going to be nowadays, induction, but you can get one like this and it'll work pretty great where it's directly on the heat coils. But like a lot of the ones you see, if you're watching like YouTube cooks and stuff, they're going to be using stuff like this, etc., etc. But finding ones that have like directs, like here's an industrial version of one, technically a hot plate, but it's like 60 pounds. Yes, as long as you're not like dragging it back and forth, which usually anything you're making on a cast iron, you're not dragging back and forth or shaking or anything. You put the cast iron down and you leave it. You center it and you leave it. Thing is though, is you do, because cast iron is heavy and durable, you do want to find a really good one that can handle it. But that's why, like, if you see all these pictures, they're using like aluminum pans, copper pots, these thinner metals, these lighter weight metals that people will often be using for different things. Making shiitake cream sauce, but ooh. Squash carrot soup tomorrow with biryani spices and cilantro, then a parsnip cream with poached egg, then a French onion soup. I wish I was cooking for being a collared housewife is strong today. I will take your soups, but I will put the collar on you, but I'm not walking you around and calling you princess or puppy. I like cooking too. I like having like a good kitchen to be able to cook in. But yeah, if you don't have anything that's like functional for some of the stuff you need, a hot plate can usually get it done. Again, something like this looks almost like a camping hot plate, weirdly enough. But this was the one that was at the top that was like, had the obvious heating coil. But yeah, with the hot plate, you're not really going to be using a hot plate like this. I mean, not going to be using cast iron on this because it's not going to get hot enough or conduct well enough through the cast iron. You'll wear the collar.
Is a French cuisine.
And I ain't going to do anything else with it. If you want the collar, you can wear the collar. That's fine. That's fine.
Just a way for poor people.
Oh, right. We didn't preface this. Chat, you ready to learn about more stews and soups from French peasants? If you don't take the collar option, you get all the other things. Wait, what? Huh? What?
Beef bourguignon is one of the iconic dishes of French cuisine, and it is held in high esteem. But that
I always
wasn't
butcher how you say that.
because in the
Bourguignon.
19th century, it was actually just a way for poor people to use up leftovers. So that is how I'm going to be making it today.
If I had a nickel for every dish that was basically a dish for people to use up their leftovers, I'd be one rich bitch.
Today,
I'd be
using
one
the
rich
first printed
bitch.
recipe for the dish from 1885. We make the beef bourguignon of the French.
I'm curious about the large
this
wedge
time on Tasting
onions.
History.
Color collection win? Never. Never. I'm not that kind of
The recipe that I'm
person.
using today has a lot in common with modern beef bourguignon.
I would not
but
tie
it
the
also
idea of
has
coloring
several
somebody to my brand.
First of all, it is a lot simpler, and second of all, it is.
I
not
did make the
a
joke to
stew,
Kono that
but
if I ran
rather
into him at
a
TwitchCon, I
sauce
would walk
that you
him around
add
on a
meat
leash.
to after cooking.
Like
It
the other
comes from
people
an
did a year ago or
1885
so.
French cookbook, which translates to Good Cuisine for All, or the Art of Living Well on a Budget. And it's included in the chapter.
Oh, I think he's
entitled
shown this one
The
before.
True Way to Make Use of Leftovers. It says boeuf bourguignon. Brown a piece of pork
Boo!
belly diced in butter.
grow up.
Add a little flour, salt, and pepper, and add
Pork
a
belly?
mixture of half broth and half red wine. Add a few small white onions, well peeled. Let cook for.
This is a recipe for peasants, and they're using half red wine? Squats, you motherfucker. With or without the maid outfit on him. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I do it regardless.
For 20
Because it'd be
minutes,
funny.
Then add to this sauce your stewed beef cut into slices. When the meat is well
Ri-
heated
wine is
through,
cheap? That's what I
serve
figured.
with the sauce. So it's missing things like carrots and
But
mushrooms
it's
and
so
potatoes,
French it
which you'll
hurts.
often
All right, let me do
see in
these 20
modern
squats.
versions, but it does have the usual onions and, of course, the red wine, which is what makes it bourguignon. Now, this recipe is supposed to be made using leftovers, so I need to make something to have leftover. Now, the recipe says that it should be made with stewed beef, but if you
Is he
have
gonna make a roast?
brisket or short ribs or something like that that's been cooked in another way, that's fine. It'll work as well as long as it is really nice
19,
and tender.
20,
But I am going to be making stewed beef. So for that, what
Stewed
I'm going
beef?
to use is 3 pounds or 1.3 kilograms.
Okay, so he's not using
of
the pork
beef,
belly.
Things like chuck roast, short ribs, oxtail, anything really that is usually on the tougher side that will go well with a long simmering process. Then 2 teaspoons of salt, a half teaspoon of black pepper, 2 tablespoons of clarified butter or olive oil, 1 quart or 1 liter of beef broth, and herbs tied into a bouquet.
Sir, are you talking about this one? Of me taking chat on a walk? It was just 20 squats. I got her done. Is this what you want, chat? I volunteer. God, y'all are so... Okay. Walkies? Yes, walkies. As opposed to... Where is it? As opposed to the Sammy one. That is my VTuber daughter. My internet daughter. This is the community you have now? That's a shame because I am not turning it into what Sai has done to her community. I will not be doing anything of the sort.
Garni. I am using thyme, rosemary, and bay.
You can want it
So
all
first
you
season the
want.
meat with the salt and pepper, and then
But the
let it
denial
sit
is
out
part
for
of the
about
brand as
30
well.
minutes, or in the fridge overnight. And you can have this all in one big piece, or you can cut it up into smaller
Y'all are
pieces
so
like
misbehaved.
cubes, depending on the size of your pot. Then melt the clarified butter or heat the olive oil in a large
More
pot
butter.
over a high heat, and once melted, add in the
What
beef
is going on with
and
the
let it
light
get
here,
a
my
bit of a
guy?
sear. Move the pieces around so each piece gets pretty well seared. It should take no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Then
Why did
pour
he
in
say
the
that he
beef
was doing
broth
the
along
bigger
with
pieces?
enough water to fully cover the meat. Toss in that bouquet of herbs and let the pot come to a boil and skim off any foam that rises to the top.
When it's
once it starts
walkies, don't
boiling.
worry about
Then
it.
reduce to a low boil and set the lid on the pot.
I can't even cut the line.
Here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Something
Or Dane,
larger,
it's
gonna
I'm
take
not
4
gonna
hours.
actually
These
put a
smaller
leash on
pieces,
anybody
only
in
about
chat.
an hour
I'm
and a
only
half.
gonna put a leash
The
on Kono,
important
and that's
thing is
because
you want
hold on. That's because Kono actually wore a collar and leash to TwitchCon. I'm not bringing a collar and leash for him. It's because he already owns some and he brought them to like last TwitchCon and is probably gonna do it again. I would not do that to you, Ordain, you fucking goofball. Which way in my personality does it actually seem like I would want to leash people? Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna like the answer to that. So bring your own leash and make the bit good. You might get walkies. Oh my god. Maybe. Okay. I like for 2 minutes. You'll get them for 2 minutes before my own internal embarrassment explodes and I don't know, throw you in a dumpster or something. I ain't gonna answer the fucking question, Ordain. Answer the fucking question. Do you want to wear what? Points to the hole? What do you mean? How? All right, bit over, back to food. No. Ordain, don't you run from me. You gotta answer this question now. Could you suplex me? I could suplex you. Answer the question, Ordain. Older meals, there are only 2 options on what they are. It's either 1, A, made by a peasant, or B, cardboard for rich people. Yep. The fuck kind of answer do you want? I don't know. You're avoiding the answer. You're avoiding my question. What part of me made it seem like I was willing to like fucking collar my community? Murder, maybe. Murder, maim, dismember, splatter against the wall, ground, or ceiling. Sure. Walk on a leash? Not really. Oh, what's his name? Is his last name actually Ross? You got the name fake? Would you collard greens? I do like collard greens, but I'm not gonna like collard with like not an adjective, a verb. We are pretty throwable? Correct. All right, chat. Are you ready to get back to the stew? To the French stew, as regrettable as making French food is?
Nice and tender and pretty much fully cooked.
Jonathan
now,
Ross.
because
John
we're not going
Ross,
to cook it
really?
later on in the process. Once your beef is fully cooked, remove it from the pot, and then you'll want to save about 2 cups of the cooking liquid, as that is one of the ingredients that you'll need
Wait,
to make
only 2
the
cups of
remainder
it?
of the recipe. Of course, if you want to just
Finds
use
me
fresh
shakeable.
beef
Ordained is
broth,
very shakeable.
that works as well. In addition to that, what you'll need is 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of butter,
More
a half
butter.
pound or 225 grams of diced pork belly.
Oh,
or
we're doing beef
lardon,
and pork
3
belly.
tablespoons or 25 grams of flour, a large pinch of salt, a quarter teaspoon of
coarse
pepper,
salt.
and 2 cups or 475 milliliters of red Burgundy wine, or more. Frankly, you might just end up using the entire bottle. And then about 1.5 cups of small
That's
white onions.
very
These
French.
Can be pearl onions or just standard onions if they're pretty small, or if they're larger onions, then just
I do this
chop 'em
after
up.
working 12 hours.
So
The
the
hell
first
yeah,
thing to
we'll
do
come
is
in
to
fair.
Melt the butter in a pot, and then over high heat, you can add the diced pork belly.
Can't
Move it
sanctify the
around as it
needs of
cooks
the
and
community.
let
We're
most
migrating
of the
close to
fat
someone who
render out.
might.
It should
What?
take about 8 to 10 minutes.
Absolutely
and the meat
not.
on the pork should get nice and brown. Then you want to lower the heat.
Me and Sai do have a
remove
lot
the
of
pieces
overlap
pork belly from the
in our
pot.
communities,
Then raise the heat to medium
but
high and add in the flour.
our attitudes
and
towards certain
quickly
things are
stir it into
different.
the melted fat in the butter and continue to stir so it doesn't burn. Now at first it's going to be a very
I also
pale
can't
color,
stand the dog
but after
clicker.
about 5 minutes it will darken up. You're
It's
looking for a
nails on
nice
chalkboard
brown
to me.
color, and it should give off a nutty aroma. Once you're there, you can add in the salt and the pepper and give it a
Okay,
good
so
stir,
roux.
and then add the broth and the red wine. And this will deglaze the bottom of
Let's
the
say
pot. You
deglaze
can
that
scrape the
motherfucker.
bottom for any brown bits that might have
I
burnt
lose
off.
my short friends?
Here
That
you
makes
can
sense.
also add the pork belly back into the pot. Then let this come to a gentle boil, and then add the onions in. Then you
Just
want to just
whole
leave it
onions.
to boil for 20 to 30 minutes so the onions get nice and tender.
And they
It'll
still kind of
start
have
to
their
thicken
bottoms.
during that time, and if you wish, don't be afraid to add the rest of that red wine. So
I'm not gonna lie
again, this is
though,
bit
a
different from
well-cooked
the modern
onion,
beef
like cooked in
bourguignon,
something
because today you
flavorful,
would
is
typically
still
be
pretty
slow
actually fun
cooking
to
the
eat.
meat in the wine itself. So that makes me question, when in history did beef bourguignon go from being a sauce to a stew?
Wait, what?
It's hard to date
Oh, it was
the
a sauce at
creation
some point?
of beef bourguignon because the actual dish
Clicker
has
gives me a headache. I
pretty
agree.
broad
It's
definition.
like it's the
In
most
1867,
grating
Le
sudden
Grand
sound that it
Dictionnaire
just drives me
Universel
insane.
said bourguignon, culinary art, qualification given to several dishes prepared with wine. Boeuf bourguignon. So if it's just beef prepared with wine, well, that could be pretty much anything. I mean, the ancient Romans had beef
It
and wine.
strikes
so,
the eardrum a little
yeah,
too
that doesn't
hard.
really help. So
Hypnosis
maybe to
only
narrow
works if
down
you've
my
let it.
search,
I'm
I
not
will
here
look
for
within
hypnosis,
France,
nor am I here for
and
some
look for
weird-
some other key ingredients besides the wine. Well, that would
What's
bring
the
me
word?
to something
Puppy
like the
play.
dish
We'll go
egg
with that.
reduce,
So we'll go with
which was
puppy play.
popular in the 14th and 15th centuries. One English language recipe for the dish from around 1420 says, take pork or beef, whichever you like, and cut it
You
thin
gonna get him a
against
baby,
grain,
Bjorn?
then broil it brown a little, and then mince it like venison.
Broil?
Chop it in pieces and cast it into a pot, and do thereto fresh broth. Then this
Okay.
meat was cooked with onions, wine,
Is
and
vanilla?
different herbs.
Who said anything
so
about
it's not
vanilla?
too far off from the dish that we're making today, except that because
Alan
it was
Wake
a medieval
has been
recipe,
conditioned
it
differently.
also
I know some
includes
people when they hear
spices
clicker
like
think of,
saffron and cinnamon, and there are some recipes
the
that even
mushroom
included
zombies.
raisins. Now,
I
all
can't think of the
those
franchise
ingredients
right now.
would have
My
been
brain's
for
emptier.
mostly the wealthier people, so I can see the
French cuisine is cool. French cuisine is cool historically, but I will never understand the obsession that like high-end food and high-end restaurants have with French cooking. French baking, sure. French baking's pretty cool, pretty delicious. Food is kind of dookie. Minecraft, no, Last of Us. It is Last of Us. Beg it. Beg it. But honestly, if I could make a, hold on, is there a tier list? Chat, do we need to do a quick tier list? Let's see. I need a tier list on. It's been in culinary. No, that's a TV show. Culinary Class War, I think, is like a Korean drama. I was gonna say, if we did a tier list on like food, French cuisine quickly falls down the tier list ridiculously fast. He goes, ho, 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 ho. French. French.
common people cooking a dish that is very much like the beef bourguignon that we're making
Oh
today.
God, not the
But
hammer.
still, it's not exactly
Very
the
meat centered.
same
That's
thing,
not that
and so
unusual for a lot
I'm
of
not sure that it
cultures.
counts. What is clear is
I mean,
that
most hold on.
contrary to
I mean, most cultures, most especially like west of India, really. Like the main center point to a lot of their foods is meat. That's not that unusual. Lebanese cuisine supremacy, I agree. I think some of the best cuisine on the entire planet comes from like Africa through like all the way through like Japan. You go from the shit, I don't know my geography of Africa that well from the west coast of Africa all the way through Japan. And that's where most of the best food is. Everything else from like Europe, I was gonna say North America, but honestly, like Mexican food's fucking fire. Central and South American countries got fucking fire food. I think it's just the Europeans that kind of miss the ball with how much seared meat and potatoes that they can have. Yeah, the places that had spice, who would have thunk? The places that originally had the spice and didn't always steal it.
You'll often read online, beef bourguignon was not originally created as a way to tenderize poor cuts of meat. Often you'll read that the slow cooking in
Chutzpah?
wine was a way.
All right, hold on. We got a new Dutch word of the day. Comfort consisting of mashed potatoes, carrots, onions, often served with gravy, meatballs, or smoked sausage. That is mashed potatoes and meat. You can do better. Actually, does kind of look decent. It's like decent, like as a side. Although this picture makes it look like somebody. Oh no, doesn't actually look. I thought it looked a little crispy on the outside, like they gave it a crispy outer layer by searing it or something. I guess. Yeah, so it's fucking delicious. Yeah, but that's like one dish. How often can you eat sausages? It's a winter food? I can see that. That makes
cheap
sense.
Cuts become easier to eat. And while in theory that's true,
Soju?
it's not the original reason. First off, the cuts that we often think of as cheap cuts now were
A
not
cider.
always thought of as
A
cheap
cider.
cuts. Things like ribs, chuck, shank, you would find all of those cuts on the table of a medieval king. The theory also falls apart because when the dish originally was called bourguignon, it wasn't
Think of yourself
actually
here, Tuka.
cooked in wine, but rather it was a sauce to put on the meat. One of the earliest references
Okay, so
to
was it
this
the same
sauce by the name
ingredients,
bourguignon
like out the
comes
meat
from
in it
the
and it was
great
rendered down
French
till it was
chef
thick?
Marie-Antoine Carême, who included a recipe for sauce à la bourguignotte in l'art de la cuisine française au 19e siècle, or the art of French cooking in
swap
the
the veg
19th
for something
century.
else and use
The
different kinds of
recipe, which
meat?
comes from 1847, has many of the
I mean, I'm
hallmarks
sure you
of the
can.
modern version, like the
Grace
herbs,
water,
the
pickled lemons,
onions,
enchanted dishes
and
from Middle
the
East,
wine,
Mediterranean to North
specifically
Africa.
Bonnet, which
Hell,
was
I genuinely think the majority of the greatest food in the country comes from North Africa and the Middle East. And then like a little bit more east towards like India. Like that shit has some of the best food in the world. Granted, I will always argue Cajun food is up there. Cajun food is really, really up there. And then so is Mexican food. I just like food. I like food. I like flavorful
is
food.
A very nice wine from Burgundy, but it wasn't meant for beef. Rather, it was actually meant for
They had to as a
eels
preservation
served with
mission. Yep.
crayfish
Yep.
tails and mushrooms. But even then, they were not cooked in it, but rather it was just used as a sauce to
Beef stew
elevate
from Africa?
a
Hell yeah.
fairly plain piece of meat, in this case, eel.
What is a truly American dish? Ooh, that's a good question. I would always say like hamburgers and stuff, but let's see. Truly American dishes. Well, regional barbecue, southern comfort foods like fried chicken, mac and cheese, biscuits and gravy, collard greens. I guess collard greens are native to America, aren't they? Texas brisket, Carolina pulled pork. All of these things I already know had other dish origins. These aren't new. Iconic staples, burgers, hot dogs, apple pie, clam. Okay, maybe clam chowder. Maybe clam chowder. Can't think of anywhere else where I've seen clam chowder. How goes the wait for it? Grind. It goes. It goes. Doesn't have any cooking they didn't steal. I mean, I think clam chowder is original. New England clam chowder is so fucking good. But I genuinely don't know or think that fried chicken originated in American culture. I'm pretty sure. Do we want to look up the history of fried chicken? Scotland! And West African seasonings and frying methods. West African. There it is. There it is. KFC was, but KFC's a brand.
But
there was fried chicken far before KFC came about.
And it was, for the most part, a dish of the common people.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I figured, Jade. I was not saying that America has
some peanut sauce.
American cultural food is the best. Food in America is rapidly abundant across multiple cultures and such, and that is fan-fucking-tastic, even if there's only like 2 Indian restaurants in my entire town and not a single West Asian one. There is a single Jamaican place, and I actually tried it a couple weeks ago. I had curried goat. It was fucking awesome. It was so good. Fucking horfed that thing down. Might be original US dish, but it's drowned out by better foods. Apple pies may be original. I'm pretty sure chowder is original. Because, God, I fucking love chowder, dude. Corn chowder, clam chowder, seafood chowder, lobster, like bisque, I think is what it's called, is so good. They're so good. Some of the best soups out there.
To my leftover pad thai. Delicious, perhaps. Remarkable, not really. At least not until the early 20th century, when the father of modern French haute cuisine, Auguste Escoffier, began serving it at his restaurant at the Ritz Hotel. Not my leftover pad thai peanut sauce. The beef bourguignon. In his cookbook,
you know, when the French owned islands.
Guide culinaire, first published in 1903, Escoffier includes a recipe for garniture.
Lobster bisque is not French. It probably is. I wouldn't doubt it. I was just trying to think of similar things to the chowder.
With pork belly, butter,
it's bisque.
Onions,
it
and
probably
mushrooms,
is French.
All cooked in a good red wine. And
biscuits and gravy? Yeah, biscuits and gravy is probably one.
Alongside quality cuts of beef. Still not the
biscuits and gravy is pretty good, even if it is just fucking carbs.
Beef bourguignon on the culinary map, at least
sausage gravy
Paris,
over biscuits, fantastic.
Only a year or two later, you really start seeing the dish appearing on menus not only of Escoffier's restaurant, but at bistros all over the city. And at some point, around 1910 or so, it transformed
hold on a second.
sauce or a garnish.
It is always fun to see the history of certain culinary achievements. From its origin to its quick widespread in its culture. The best version I have of this is because I have a mixology book, a very classic mixology book that is also annotated with the historical accuracies and the history of not every single beverage, but a bunch of the beverages. So you get to read how to make a drink, like say like the mint julep or something, and then the history of the mint julep, how it became an iconic beverage in New England, and quickly became available in basically every bar, hotel, and all that jazz. And people were essentially fighting to get it.
Into a stew.
Well, I mean, a lot of the fruits we have today aren't quote unquote natural.
Existed as a stew much earlier, but under a different
I mean, do I need
name.
to break out the graph again? I'll break out the infographic. Let's see. How do I want to word this? Maybe this will work. Ah, yeah, there we go. Boop. Of course, it's Reddit. Hi, chat. Did you know that kohlrabi, kale, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, and cauliflower all come from the wild mustard plants? We made it ourselves. That is technically true. It is almost every single type of citrus that we use generally today is based off the citron. It's just selective breeding. Selective breeding is basically gives us a lot of our foods. And it's the same thing with like lemons, limes, oranges, grapefruits. They're all basically just based off the citron. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
In 1840, in a newspaper from Cornwall, England, of all places,
Rag
there was
out.
a mention of tongue in ragout à la bourguignon.
Oh, I'm an
Unfortunately, it
idiot.
doesn't really
I'm
give
an
any
idiot.
details to exactly what this ragout was, but it would have been a stew of some sort. And
Original
the
banana
name
went extinct?
bourguignon
Yeah, because the
leads me to
banana was
believe it
also full of
probably
stones.
Based in red wine. What is definite is that
Here, I don't know if y'all know what an original banana looks like. Banana. Here it is. Various unmodified species of bananas are just full of stones. We bred them to the point where, like, there's also this one. We also bred them to the point where they're basically all flesh instead of all stones. Tastes different than the actual banana because it's entirely artificial. Because the flavor that is banana in like candy and stuff is completely artificial.
by World War I, beef bourguignon was a stew. In 1915, the Morning Post in London had an article about the different foods being served to the French soldiers in the trenches.
The blue bananas? I think
and
I've
how it
seen
was
pictures
different
years
from
ago,
what
but
the
I have not
British
seen anything
colonies were eating,
recently.
Things like bully beef and hardtack. The French soldiers were
He
said
did the
to always
thing!
have
Chat,
a
do the
number
thing!
of fresh beef dishes available to them, including boeuf bourguignon, which was exceedingly appetizing, achieved by manipulation of the beef from the stew, which, of course, is always cut up into small lumps.
I eat the French soldiers' rations. I immediately shit myself.
Fantastic. One who has eaten it with the French soldiers never enjoys it again.
That sounds like you problem, Goofy.
It has become a beloved staple of French cuisine.
Have you considered that your palate is not nearly refined enough to enjoy French cuisine?
Edition of Grand Goussier, a journal of medical gastronomy, it says the dish was actually rarely made in the region where it got its name anymore, possibly because it had changed so much over the years.
Okay.
First of all, let us
Can only
speak of
digest
beef
food?
à la
It's French
bourguignon,
cuisine.
a preparation
It's not
of
food.
grand style, which is not, moreover, special to Burgundy, for it is made far more often in Paris than in that region, where it appears almost daily on the menus of wine merchants, where it is designated under the name boeuf bourguignon. By some accounts, outside of the French bistro,
did you
beef
forget to
bourguignon
bouffe your
was actually
bourguignon?
disappearing altogether. In 1930, it
I'm
was
too
written that
refined.
the Petite Parisienne has made the lamentable discovery that the old-fashioned
A cigarette and a
French
beret?
dishes,
You were
the good
unprepared? That
old-family
is true. You did
pot-au-feu,
not come fully
the friendly
prepared.
ragout, the boeuf en daube, the merengue, the bourguignon are becoming obsolete. He attributes it to the disappearance of the kitchen, a feature of the French housing problem. Time brings its revenges. Once it was the taunt of our Gallic neighbors that we English had only 3 dishes: beef, mutton, and hash.
I mean,
Shall we
you
live
technically
to
still
see the
do.
French gourmet
Sudden flashback to seeing all of the British food people are posting on fucking TikTok. It's all beef, mutton, or hash. It's potatoes or meat in different ways. And then people make fun of them because the pies look nasty. The end got your pinky at 90 degrees. Marin will flip. Pinky's out, chat. Pinky's fucking out. My boeuf is to Shia. Oh, Shia LaBeouf? Shia LaBeouf?
visiting the
Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
these shores in search of the last-named delicacy? No, I don't think we would live to see that, because the reports of the death
Yes, I
of
will in
beef
fact snip
bourguignon
off your
were greatly
pinkies as soon as you stick them
exaggerated,
out.
because it was just such a beloved dish by then. Even before World War II, recipes for it had crossed the pond and were being printed in America.
Printed?
In 1940, a number of newspapers ran a recipe
Oh,
for
good
beef
Lord.
bourguignon, making a
green
delicacy
peppers.
out of beef stew. Though perhaps no one did as much to revive the reputation of beef bourguignon than did the wife of an American diplomat who visited France after World War II and became enamored with French cuisine. I'm of course talking about the great Julia Child. who
There you go,
featured the
fake.
dish along with
There you
Simone
go,
Beck
fake.
and Louisette Berthold in their cookbook Mastering the Art of French Cooking. This
Of
introduced the dish
course.
to many people who had never
Of
come
course.
across it before, especially when following the success of the cookbook, Julia Child featured
More tea,
the
please.
dish
Old
in
reference.
one of
Oh
the
my
early
God.
episodes of her cooking show, The French Chef.
Bœuf bourguignon, French beef stew in red wine.
And since
What
its
is-
appearance
what is
on The
her
French Chef,
accent?
the popularity
It's-
of
why
beef
does it sound like
bourguignon
she's,
has
like, kinda
only
struggling
grown,
through speaking?
And Julia Child's recipe has really kind of become the standard. Beef that is
Maybe it was the
slow
tea- maybe
cooked
it's part
with
of, like,
different
the audio
vegetables
recording error.
in red wine. And it was
I've never heard her
definitely
speak
a
before.
stew, a far cry from the sauce that was made in the homes of economical 19th century French peasants. or the
Economical.
homes of economical 2020s American me. So once your sauce is cooked for 20 to 30 minutes, it should have thickened up.
Okay, I
just
kinda
a
wanna
bit,
bite out of
and
those
then you
onions,
can
I'm not
add
gonna
in
lie.
the already cooked leftover beef. Stir that in and continue to cook on medium just until
the
the beef
thickening
is
up.
warmed about 5 to 10 minutes. And here we are.
And Mrs.
The
Doubtfire.
original
Oh,
beef bourguignon
hello.
of 19th century France.
I don't
Now,
think it quite
smells
sounded like
absolutely
that.
Wonderful, and
But it didn't quite sound like Mrs. Doubtfire. It just sounded weirdly cut off and struggling. What did Julia Childs die from?
That was so flavorful.
She didn't have like some kind of like throat cancer or anything, did she?
Now again, there's not as much broth because it's
Anybody
not
know?
a stew. There's just some sauce on it. The beef really kind of soaks it all
Maybe
up.
she had vocal nodes and just
but
didn't
it is
know.
not lacking in flavor at all.
Huh.
But the flavor is
The
different
UK Army Intelligence,
than
what?
a modern beef bourguignon. I feel like it is definitely more wine forward. And I
The
feel like
wife
it's
of an
not as
American
sweet.
diplomat
And I
in
think that's
France
because it doesn't have
Was
things like
part of the
carrots to
UK
add
Army
sweetness and
Intelligence.
very often today, sugar is added. This doesn't have sugar. All it has is the onion, so I'm actually going to try one of these onions.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. That's where it is. That's where the good stuff is.
I like that better than the beef, even. That is sweet.
Why did I go off twice? Not the horse's
delicious.
desecration demon.
So yeah, this is the dish for the winter to make for the summer anytime, really. Beef bourguignon. Make the modern kind. Make Julia Child's recipe, or make this version. They are different.
I don't know, I
but
kinda
they're
like the whole
similar.
onion idea.
They're both delicious.
The whole small
and
onions.
I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Good Lord. All right. Do we do another tasting history, or do we go to see the Korean pudding? Do we start looking at some sweets? Do we move on to some dessert, if you will? Looks at the not safe for work section of the Discord. Yeah, y'all are getting the little horsey in there. There's a lot of gung-ho horsiness going on in the not safe for work channel. A little concerning amount, if you will. Pudding? All right, pudding it is. Pudding it is. They sell out every single day, if you say so. Ooh. Wait a minute. Spoke too soon. Hi, handsome. I also gonna have the ad break in 5 minutes. Always gotta weigh your stuff. Remember to weigh your ingredients, chat. Weighing is better than trying to eyeball or use measuring cups. I'm gonna assume this is milk. Just regular milk. Something furry, and now we have the Discord. Hey, at least y'all are active in the not safe for work chat now. 6'2", she was top secret research to develop copper acetate shark repellent. Ooh. Was that that wasn't the, no, that's cream. That's heavy cream. My intolerance could never, vanilla beans. Listen, sometimes we gotta suffer. We gotta suffer together, Stevie. We all suffer and we all die together. Oh. You still threw the skin in? Why did you still throw the skin in?
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Doesn't want us to know. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm losing my touch? What does that mean, Sunstar? What do you mean I'm losing my touch? I'll wait. I will wait. Sunstar? Care to elaborate? I don't know. The guests have been around have been really 180 from Baron recently. What does that mean? Is it because I scare off everybody? Am I scaring off everybody? Is that the problem? Until you explain yourself? Correct. Chance?
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm. Wait. Everybody, calm down.
I'm here. Nice to meet you. Hi, Eldetching. Elder Chicken. That's a good name. That's a good name. Has it been because we're being different from the carnival norms, Sunstar? I don't know. To furry base. It is not a furry based not safe for work channel. That's what people are fucking posting in there. I didn't realize how many furries we had in the Discord. Jesus. Chad is misbehaving and saying I've lost my touch. Which may mean I need to take away Sunstar's hammer. Maybe Carrie is the lead mod. Just maybe. Maybe Sunstar doesn't need that hammer. Calm down a second. You brought this on us all, Sunstar. Well, you're out of touch. I'm out of touch. Oh my God. You're out of touch. Good Lord. Toss down the Forsaken Hole. You can have the multiple lead mods, you know. I know, but taking away yours is the main point. Taking away yours is the main point, Sunstar. The jacket is still fresh. I like my jacket. Are we good? Do we want to get back to the pudding? Sunstar? Making a jacket like this, though, would be ridiculously expensive. If this jacket was merch, it would probably be well over like $400. You said I was losing touch. Losing touch? Sunstar? How dare you? How dare you? Do we need to talk about this? Do we need to talk about this? I'm waiting, Sunstar. I'm waiting. Should have already known that. Oh, you're right, Sunstar. All right, chat. This is gonna be the last stream. This is gonna be the last stream forever. I'm graduating today. So if there's anything you want to say now, it's the time to say it. I win last ever Fimsh. You piece of shit. I guess I am sliding. I guess I am sliding backwards. I mean, after all, we've been stuck at like 50-ish GCV for the last like 3+ years. So I guess it is kind of time to give up. If we can only seem to just grow the following, but none of the CCV, I guess I'm just not cut out for this. I guess that's the case. I guess that's the case. I guess that's what Sunstar's saying. Oh well. Guess I'll go get a job. That's okay. I'll go to the local zoo. I'll go get a job at the zoo. Sunstar said I lost my touch. My head mod said I lost my touch. Oh shit. Oh, we got ad break. We got ad break. How could you, Sunstar? How fucking could you? I'm gonna go mope. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go mope during this commercial break. Have fun, kids. Ugh. All right. I got a bottle of soju and a peanut butter sandwich. Fuck you, Sunstar. Fuck you. We're eating a peanut butter sandwich on stream. You said I was washed up, you punk bitch. How dare you? No, I'm drinking and having a peanut butter sandwich now. Let's get back to the fucking pudding. You bitch. I got a blueberry soju and peanut butter sandwich. Is this the equivalent of an adult tantrum? Take the fish away from them, but let me keep it? Oh, goodness. Is that what I need to do? Do I need to start taking away Sunstar's gaming privileges? Throws me in the specially made mod pit? Yeah, you're going in the mod pit with all the older mods. With sugar and queso. I've got 2 different kinds of peanut butter in this sandwich, by the way. I didn't have enough of my fresh ground peanut butter that I usually use. Ooh. This isn't cookies and cream or anything, right? This is still the vanilla stuff, isn't it? Did I miss something that they put in? I do not need more furries. No. Did you take away your own lead mod, you fucking dork? Sunstar, did you take away your own lead mod? I didn't touch it. Oh, he just swapped the icons because he's both a mod and a lead mod. He just swapped the visible icons. You fucking dork. Kombucha. That pack in the jar next to him says kombucha on it. What do you need, may I ask? What do you mean? What kind of question? More gelatin. There's always something that rubs me the wrong way about, like, sheet gelatin, because it's weird to me how plasticky it seems to be. For the twit longer? What? Bae, I'm sorry. I was talking about the kombucha thing. I think that's what I was talking about when I said he. Oh no, am I getting a misgendering Google Doc? Is that what it is? Hey, Daedalus, how are you doing? Good to see you again. I'm glad that you're here for the last stream ever because my own mod thinks I'm washed up. Which is why I'm drinking blueberry soju and eating a peanut butter sandwich live on stream. I don't think I used he to refer to Sunstar. I said he when talking about the kombucha, but I don't remember what else I said that had he in it. I made a thick-ass peanut butter sandwich. Check the temperature with the infrared gun. Crazy. More gelatin. Ah, this shit's gonna be rigid when it cools. Can I be a mod for class stream? No. Don't push your luck, babe. You just got VIP. You just got the VIP a couple weeks ago. How could you? Is that all of like vanilla and stuff? I've kind of partially lost the plot because I think we're also making multiple batches of other things. Cups? Oh, these are molds probably. At least that's what I'm guessing. Or is this what he's gonna pour it into? I'll be quiet in my corner with the diamonds. Time to mod beef is the last lead mod action for the last stream. Bastards, every one of you. Bastards. Bruh, they're fucking bullying me. My own lead mod said I was washed up, so now I'm drinking soju and I just finished my peanut butter sandwich. And I'm almost out of soju. Fuck. Tap out all the bubbles. I said I was washed up, but they already knew I was sensitive to that. I know I'm washed up. I peaked in my first year of streaming. I already know it. When I won the Monster VTuber Award for Best Community Builder. Did I say only? Didn't I say lead mod? I mean, you're also the only mod here right now. Carrie's just not here. I was gonna say only mod here. Okay, is this the chocolate one? I think this is the chocolate pudding. Like recently bathed? I do shower daily. Usually right before stream. Yes, I am sniffling right into your ears now because it adds to the drama factor. Fuck you. Fuck you. I did say only mods? Oh, I meant to say lead mod. I've almost finished a whole bottle of soju, by the way. All right, it's empty. I have another one. I'll go grab another one. The heck? Do I have peanut butter on me? Nope, just for some reason sticky. Gross. Only one lead mod by your own decree? I mean, yeah, but then if I make my only two mods both become lead mods, actually, that kind of makes sense. That would differentiate friend mods from actual mods. Okay, hold on. You get excellent points. All right. Carrie has a hammer. She can spend more time playing Warframe with me. No, Carrie has a hammer. That I'm getting other mods promotions, it's fine. Listen, I say this too. If I ever made as much money as like any of the bigger streamers, I wouldn't say as big as like Hassan, but like probably not even as big as Iron Mouse because Iron Mouse is like #1. Also, hold on a second. The soju just hit me and things started spinning. Fun fact, chat. I am in fact a lightweight. You'd pay, yes, I was gonna say, I would pay my mods if I could. I wish I could, but I can't even afford myself. I hit 0 bank balance in my checking account every month. Every month. It sucks. It happens though. I've tried filing for jobs, but I get no responses. I've been applying to jobs since June, and in that time, I've gotten 1 interview. I've gotten 1 interview and 1 call back, and it was the same job. It was the same fucking job. I just got my sword from my diamond and my hammer from my sword. Technically true. It happens. I'm trying my best. I mean, I'm glad that people are really enjoying the shorts that we've been uploading. Both on the fan pages and on my page. Paper application thanks to AI slot. Really? Maybe it should start showing up at doors again. Thing is though, is I tried on my old interview clothes. My back has gotten too big. And I don't mean like a big back he-who, like people say that like when they're fat or something. I've worked out too much. my spiffy fancy clothes that I bought like just maybe 2 years ago, maybe slightly over 2 years ago. Are now slightly too small. They're like a little uncomfortable. Can I have citrine mods, please? I wish I had citrine mods too. I've been enjoying the shit out of playing citrine. I need the crystalline companion. Matcha? Uh-oh. What are you, you slightly lighter green powder? Really doing it for the aesthetics here, real slow like. Ooh, the color is great. Slash citrine mod beef. Oh my god. Thing is, I think the mods are pretty expensive, so if it takes like multiple days or something, but like, I know the build that I'm going for citrine relies heavily on the mods. Can we see the flex sleeves off the nice clothes? I got you. I got you. Also, yeah, my head is spinning. I should not have downed that whole soju for the bits. For the bits. Oh, I mean, we can... Let's do this one. We'll do this one. I'm gonna keep playing the video in the background. Here you go, chat. Whoa. 33K a day? Yeah, I'm stuck at like 22.5. And I'm not gonna lie, I wish I had more just so that I can farm more experience. Ooh. Wait. Oh, it's kind of cute. It like bulges out. Aww. Wait, that's cute. They also seem a lot shallower than I thought they were. Oh yeah, I know it's the mastery rank up. I know it's the mastery rank up. Hi Sarah, how are you doing? I was getting bullied earlier. And Sunstar is just lucky I can't turn off the Black Sclera, otherwise this would be a normie stream. Ooh. Wait, but then do you just like not get this sauce if you get the to-go versions? The one that were in like the plastic cups? Chocolate balls. Salty chocolate balls, chat. Cornflakes? Rice crackers. And then matcha. What they defiled slash touched? Oh no. For another sandwich to me? I could. But I'm not that hungry. I put a lot of peanut butter on that first sandwich. Because I usually do. I usually only want to eat like one sandwich, so I put a lot of peanut butter on there for it to be filling. Plus, peanut butter has a lot of calories. Ooh. Also, the way it tears, it also kind of doesn't want to give up when he's like shoving the spoon into it. Which usually to me gives it like a kind of weird texture. I feel like it's a little too much gelatin, but that also means that it holds its shape. Ooh, the crunch. Your fugly drifter in the... Oh, when it like forced his appearance? When it like changed the voice and forced his appearance into something else? Good. Good. All right, let's do another one. What do we want to see what we can find? Yummy Yummy is a pretty good channel, so yeah. Oh, Yummy Yammy. Oh, what was the other one we used to watch? Yo, potato pancakes? Okay, I'm curious about this one. Mochi crumble bread. What does that mean? What is that octopus? Hold on. There is no soul within those eyes. There is no soul within those eyes. It's jigglier than the carnival. How dare you? Anyway, he has 10 arms, does he? He has 8. Well, okay, counting the legs, he does technically have 10 arms. You are right. Upset Marriage Day for Sunstar. Yeah, apparently. It was worse than we thought. They fixed that. It was the hybrid. It was worse. Wait, what do you mean it was worse than we thought? What does that mean? You mean the bug where it would like turn you into your operator and then stretch you out? What is this place? It's kind of cute with all these little weird stencily mascots. Oh God, did it go deeper than we realized? Ooh, sugar. By the pound. Powdered milk. Why powdered milk? Oh my God. Okay, thank God they're not using all of that butter for one. Are we making cream? Whipped cream. Okay, we're making icing, I think. Using cold water. Okay. Hi, Sugar. How are you doing? Oh my goodness, it's good to see you. You can't say that. Fan artists will make it jigglier. Go ahead. I am not Sugar. I am a little drunk. I'm not gonna lie, because this bottle, I drank a bottle of soju pretending to be mad at my mod because he told me I was washed up. It's in my head now. So, if anybody doesn't know Sugar Bug Live, aka Sugar Bug Trash, that is my favorite fucking expansion artist on the entire goddamn internet. Don't you fucking forget it. Anyway, I only wish that I could ever afford to actually buy the stuff that was like, I don't think you have, is it a Patreon? I forget what the premium services that you use. If it's Subscribestar or Patreon or something else. Anyway, I like Sugar Bug Trash. Sugar Bug Trash makes good shit. They removed the unintentional poly? Is that the, hold on. Is that the Frost and Saren guys? Is it that romance? Can you romance them? I need to know. I can't talk to them yet. Or the Nova girl. I can only talk to Temple. I haven't gotten 5 yet, which is annoying. You could date both Marie and... Ooh. Wait, that's great. Why would they get rid of that? Can I at least, like, romance Roth and Marie? Can I ignore Leon? Sugar? Or dissolving... Which, I'm guessing the goal here is hyper concentration of sugar with the heat. Oh, for sure. Okay. Yeah, heating it even more so that it becomes uniform. Because the room temperature, I'm guessing this is too solid to mix. Wait, was that 50 Celsius or was that Fahrenheit? There's no way that was Fahrenheit. It looks very much like sugar cookie dough. Nova's saying fuck twice because A, she's 18 and B, they're pussies? Wait. The Nova Protofame is 18? What? Okay, I can't wait to be able to talk to her to figure out her backstory. That's insane. One from the Hex, one from the Devil's Tribe. That's what I figured it was. That's what I figured it was. Wait. Wait. You can only date one overall? You can't date one from the triad and one from the hex anymore? All right, it's Eleanor. I'm going with Eleanor. That's it. Everybody else doesn't matter. It's Eleanor. Oh, that's the one they put ice into. Now we're finally adding flour and such. Yeast. I didn't know yeast came in a carton like that. Hot water. Well, warm water. And okay, no sugar. No sugar. And right into the bowl because, oh yeah, they already added sugar. This sugar was in the first part. Did Sugarbug already run away? Sugar, get back here and let me love you. Get back here and let me kiss you on the forehead, little miss. Ooh, that's a good looking dough. What do you mean I can't romance every single one of them and get them to max fucking relationships? I guess I'm going back to just sending pillows to Eleanor. Also, I looked up what else Eleanor liked, and apparently she likes journaling. Oh, that's right, because she was a journalist. Duh, I'm stupid. I just realized that. No, you told me she liked plants. You told me she liked plants. Oh, the dough balls. Wait, what is that? A flash freezer? It doesn't look like... What was that? Was that a flash freezer? I've never seen a machine like that. Why was that water kind of bubbly? Also, this is like the third mixer we've seen. This is the third mixer we've seen. Oh no, wait, what did Beef ask? I can be persuaded without much effort. Let me see, what did Beef ask? How can we pay to make their bustier? Listen, I like the bustier stuff. I also like the giant stuff. I have a picture from Sugar of the, I forget what it was called. I think it was called queen sized. I think is what the caption for it was. I have that one saved. And I think Claude's used it as reference before. I don't remember. Oh, are we doing matcha paste? Is that what it is? Mugwort? Oh no, it's mochi. It's mochi on the inside, isn't it? Mugwort. What does mugwort taste like? I feel like it's gonna be pretty bitter. Black sesame. I always forget about black sesame as a flavor. A new emote. I put it in my mouth beard waving sign. I will fund it. Ooh, I can get it done. There's no telling how long it'll take to get finished because QB's been really slow on emotes. But I'd love to get a put it in my mouth emote. Don't look at my sugar. Ask it's a surprise. Shush. Okay. I already looked at it. What? Wait. What is that? Go back. Sugar butter. Okay. Starch syrup. Starch syrup. It looks weirdly like caramel, but it's really runny. I don't know what that is. Hit it one more time. Listen. I still have the last fan art that Sugar made. I have that bit shaped on my PC and phone. Yeah, put it in my mouth. And he said it would be a sign. So I mean, would it be like, do we do like, it's like Wile E. Coyote where I'm just like holding up the sign? It says put it in my mouth? Or do we do like, I don't have a picture of it, but like Jerry from Tom and Jerry, like pointing at his mouth? Is that what it would be? It has to fit in my mouth. How? That was my eye? Sherlock. Wait, Sherlock Holmes. That's the Call of Cthulhu Sherlock Holmes game, isn't it? Oh, we're gonna have to do this by hands? Yeah. Wait, are you breaking it apart? Oh, he is breaking it apart. Okay. Is this the texture thing? Ooh. Oh? Wait, but you're smashing it on? Okay. I've never seen a pastry like this. Well, of course, black sesame is always a part of it. I don't think I've ever had anything with black sesame. Why did only 2 of those have like the slurry stuff on top? Per food streams? Thing is, we don't have any space. We have beef. I'm not even joking. We have like 2, I think 2 that have been paid for weeks that QB has been busy, that hasn't been able to get to. That have been paid for it. Everything's fine. I'm just waiting on them. But there's like 6 others that aren't even on Twitch. We have no space. We have exactly 0 space for more emotes. Unless I start putting them on like bit emotes. Like if the put it in my mouth became a bit emote, sure. But other than that, we literally can't get any more emote slots for both animated and regular unless I get partner. Which does kind of suck. Oh, more mugwort. Again, does anybody know what mugwort tastes like? Discord for you so I don't A, clutter up the chat, and B, so I don't get anxiety over you missing the message because you were excited for something? Yeah. My head's also spinning. Hold on, I need to go do a thing real quick. Ooh. Beans! Red bean time. Oh, they're making red bean paste? Ooh. Oh, I forget. I was gonna message somebody, but I forget their name's different on Discord. Boil the beans, break the beans down. Is that looks like one of the mixer bowls. Are they gonna put it in the mixer? Hi, Lone Wolf. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Head spinny juice to deal with Sunstar. This is so sad. Sunstar is making me an alcoholic. Oh. Well, that's not a regular mixer. What does that count as? Mature for a day? My goodness. Oh, now we're only getting to the mochi parts. I mean, we've always been partner pushing beef. The goal has always been to get partner. And we've struggled to do that. So I've just kind of added it as the tag and just been like, oh well. Oh well. I mean, many of the folks that I know had the capabilities to be supported by their friends, but we have literally the worst time slot for that to happen. It's not that there aren't, well, it is that there aren't friends that are like live prior to me. I start streams a couple hours after like any friends that stream in the morning, aside from like Kaya. Married on the booze in therapy, congrats. Oh my God. Boiling the mochi. Wait, this is still the mochi, right? We're getting hernias? Oh yeah, basically. At this point, I think I'm past her. Now we're mixing it? Egg whites and sugar? Are we making... There it is. I was gonna say, are we making like a type of icing? I mean, technically we've been partner pushing for years. Like, we were doing really well early on. And so, like, I was confident, and we actually had, like, a full-on official partner push. And we had 6 months where I was streaming, like, 7 hours a day. And we got no CCV increase. That was when we had, I think it was, like, a 25 CCV. Was it embarrassing? Yes. Do I still think it's embarrassing? Yes. I was overly confident at the time and had all the time in the world to stream. Dark Carnival weddings win? I mean, if you want me to officiate your wedding, pay me and I'll do it. I'd willingly do it. I'll go get a certificate where it allows me to officiate weddings. Let me know what church you want. Or if you want, like, the Church of Satan or something. Is this bread? It's kind of bread. It's mochi. It's bread. It's cookies. I'm just kind of waiting for it to come together because there's so many different things they're making. I'm a little confused. Oh, exactly, Sunstar. Exactly. But there's some people that do it casually. And so, like, partners, like, would be really nice. But it's not like it's what they do in this case. It's I've been quote unquote full time for 2 years. 2 years. And we have had effectively two debuts. 2 different models with no change. So shit happens. Shit happens. I can't blame everyone for it. People come and go. We're close to 10,000 followers. Officiating my wedding? I would officiate a wedding if you would have me. I honestly don't know what the cost of a wedding officiant is, so I wouldn't even know what to charge. How do I do so? What? Okay, hold on, beef. Beef. Is this something that you really mean? Does your fiance, because I'm pretty sure you're the one that's getting married soon, does your fiance know me? Because, like, I don't want it to be weird between families and stuff. It would be a goofy thing, and I doubt a lot of families would want to see it officiated. I wouldn't do it if I was more comfortable with myself via, like, camera or something. It'd be funny. That would actually be kind of funny. But that'd be a lot more work than a lot of other things. I'd have to figure it out. I'll talk it over with my fiance. Oh, no. Someone for fishing our wedding? Oh, who is it? Have you known them long? Nah, first time seeing them ever. Oh, no. Yes, she does. Oh, boy. Thing is, I don't have a certificate now from any sort of officiating organization. I would have to figure out what y'all want. It'd definitely be a little Wait, did they just fill this with something else and then pack something else into it? The layers. I'm getting confused by the layers here, man. Iron Mouse robots? What are the, like, the scooters? I mean, I would love to be able to do one of those things at a convention. I just need to find one of those conventions that lets you rent them instead of, like, the ones that are always, like, specific organizations that are invite only. It's Mochi. It's Mochi inside Mochi. Okay, so now they're breads. So these were the bread parts. It weirdly reminds me of, I always forget the name of them. It's those Mexican breads that have, like, the crispy, crumbly crust on top. They're very famous. They're very, very famous. I just can never remember the name. Robot conga line, where it's just, like, a bunch of me in a row. Oh. Like a jam on the bottom? Why are we spreading jam on it? But I'm getting a lot of complex flavors here. Okay, beef. Tortillas? No. They're not tortillas, are they? Also, hi, Stricker. Sure, what's your Discord name? I keep forgetting. I found it. There it is. Anyway. Concha? I think it's Concha. Concha sounds right. You dork. You didn't have to switch accounts. Also, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Wait, what are these? Condensed milk cream. Some kind of fruit? Bolio? Small standard roll? I don't recognize what kind of fruit that is. Yeah, every time I would search for sugar, it wouldn't come up, but when I search bug, it comes up. More cream. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of those cookies, those breads. This is the black sesame one.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Cool. Crow, thank you for doing your season pass. Holy shit. Prime Thing came back, but I missed yet, and I missed Oswald, our Twitch baby. Oswald! I forgot this when we named it. God. Okay, hold on a second. So they're making mochi inside of bread, used as buns, with jam on top, followed by icing, and then 2 pieces of mochi, and then I guess another one on top. That's enough sugar to kill a horse. Ooh. Put it in my mouth? God, I don't think I'd be able to finish it. Like, I'd probably take like 2 or 3 bites and I'd probably be done. Granted, I did eat all of Kono's millionaire shortbread and that was dense as shit. This is last meal material? Oh yeah. Especially if you want to immediately give yourself diabetes. Then I've had enough? Okay. More icing? Okay. 1 glass of Southern sweet tea? What do you mean? Ah, yes, Southern sweet tea, baby. You gotta make sure you add it right. You gotta heat it up to the proper temperature as you add the sugar. Oh, I did remember right. There was mochi inside of the buns. That looks like the red bean ones. Jesus Christ, guys. I don't know. It gives the feeling of, hey, yo, gochujang and soy sauce is made. Do we? 30 minutes? I'm willing. Let's do it. Chat, we're gonna learn together. Oh, for apples. Those are big apples. Jesus. Hold on, just see how big those apples were compared to their hands? Why did I not realize Korean soy sauce was apple-based? Get home from work. Have a good night, Great Crow. Thank you for hanging out. Hurt watching this, but it looks so fucking good. For what? Okay, that's sweet tea. Are these good or bad? I don't know. Those cookie things? I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna turn the volume down on this. It's a little loud. There we go. Vinegar. More vinegar. And hugest. Oh, wait, those are pears? Those are really round pears. They do look like pears, though. I will give them that. They do have pear skin. Those things are huge! They're bigger than a softball. Flour. Flour. Flour? Scoob and Shaggy would make all the gangs hunting yokai? Oh, for sure. Why is the... Is it an aggregate? Is that why they're using flour? Are they using flour as an aggregate to get, like, minute dirt off the skin? These pears are the size of apples, you fucking dork. Korea, apparently. They get them in Korea. I've seen some pretty big apples in Japan, too. These are huge. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's used as like an additional aggregate. It may also be as a way to file down the like fine outer layer of these pears. Because there's probably a natural layer to them that would like typically protect them from the fermentation process. A basket? Okay. Agrees to be funny. It would be a lot to set up and expensive and wasn't sure how family. Yeah, it's exactly. It's the thing with family is the weirdest part when it comes to doing something like that. Is it'd be funny, but that's about where the bit ends. It'd be funny, but it would be also 90% a little embarrassing. I mean, how would somebody feel if? Oh, hold on. I got the apples, the big pears, the size of the apples. You fucking dorks. Yeah, that's basically it. It's one of those like real awkward kind of steps. Same method. Again, these apples are fucking huge, dude. Why are you so big? I'm slowly thinking more and more that we're being robbed of the good fruits here in the US. Apples. Yeah, apples. Epler. Eplers. Funny bit, but not a sustainable bit. All good, but I will post pictures of wedding with no faces in the Discord if it's okay. If you want to, that's totally fine. Especially if you want to show up things like, I don't know, like gifts, wedding cake, all that jazz. I love seeing wedding cakes. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that the flour is used as an aggregate to wear off some sort of like outer natural layer of these fruit that is used like a protective layer. Because I don't remember for sure, but don't apples have like an outer like waterproofing wax typically? I could be wrong. I don't know. I can't remember for sure. I want to say apples have like a natural, like very thin layer of wax, like natural wax on the outside. That is just like typically protects them from water and stuff. Which is what I think that they were essentially brushing off of the outer parts of these fruits. Don't need seeds in the fermentation process. I do wonder if they remove the seeds. Though they cut out the seeds, obviously. But I wonder if they remove them from the extra flesh and actually reuse them. I wonder, indeed. I thought... Is Korean soy sauce different from Japanese soy sauce? Does anybody know? Why did I think soy sauce was made with like sardines and stuff? I know Worcestershire sauce is. Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, Worcestershire. What kind of knife is that? What the person who was cutting the whole fruits was using basically a kitchen knife. That person looked like they were practically using a butter knife. What are we popping at, Stevie? What are we? It. Oh, was this the flour again? Onions. Oh. Sweet onions, it looks like. Is Korean soy sauce sweeter than Japanese soy sauce? I have several questions, and I'm not getting any answers. Okay, just tops and bottoms come off. Into the water you go. Called the bloom, I believe in the great sage of Google. The great sage of Google. I want to eat those pears. Hey, listen, those were big pears. Finally, a pear just for me. So it doesn't look like they're putting any work in now to get like all of the skin off. It's probably not too big of a deal to get hyper detailed on getting what's not loose off the onion, since apparently it's probably just going to be used for the fermentation process. Okay. Yeah, so never mind. And it does have about at the simmer. So the onions and leeks make sense. You know, I've never seen these onions in person, except at a singular Asian market. I've never seen them at any other market other than an Asian market. Ordain, stop throwing big shit at the interns and stabbing them. For the love of God, I'm running out of interns. I can't keep making more. The body lasts far longer than the mines, and they're all running out of mines. Thank you for self-care, Hungry. I almost reached for the empty soju bottle. All right, we got a heating pan. Industrial. Hot. Skill issue. Bitch. Bitch. Damn, Sensor, maybe you're off the ropes. Maybe I'll quit because Ordain's mean to me. What happened to the turnips? I stopped wasting the food on Twitch. Wait, what? Oh, I got you. I got you. It's gonna feel like such abundance to you. What? Now you have my curiosity. Mushrooms. Honestly, good looking mushrooms. And kelp? Okay, no, this is more like what I remember seeing in some of the processes making soy sauce. When does the soy come in? Like, none of this I don't think is part of the process of making gochujang. Garlic! Hell yeah, dude. I've seen that coming from miles away. You bitch. Ooh, okay, all the aromatics. That looks like frozen ginger. Pepper seed. Oh. Oh. Never mind. God, that is a big fucking tub of spices. Get in there. Sink, damn it. Sink. $50 other things instead of 51? Yes, apparently. Apparently. Is this why you'll never get a sword? Maybe. Maybe. Do say it, no, come back and apologize. You're fine. I'm mostly poking fun. Except when you keep kicking my interns. No more intern kicking. No more intern kicking. Remove boiled ingredients, aka the sieve tube. Listen, it's fine as long as you don't do the normal thing that a lot of Europeans do and start speaking their minds about Belgians. You fucking smartass. You fucking smartass. Can we keep speaking our minds, Danes? Is it worse than the Belgians? Then the sauce will be high in iron. I think those are aluminum. At least I'm pretty sure it's aluminum. If Barrett takes my jokes as serious, I ain't apologizing. JK, it's all jokes. It's all I do. Listen, it's fine. Bauxite? Bauxite. Oh, I got you. I got you. The pots. Wait, what are these things on top? Are they glass? Are they just glass covers? Oh, yeah, they are glass covers. I like earthenware pots. Anybody else think anything that comes out of an earthenware pot is slightly cooler than anything that doesn't? And what are the rules? Art is art, media is media. Although y'all have basically just been using it all in media. Art would be anything that's like drawn or, well, something somebody created. Media could be like videos or links or like actual people and shit like that. This just in chat. New weekly, not safe for work hangouts. We're going back to back on this one. Cooking wine, okay. Again, starch syrup. Is that just highly concentrated starch and water? Oh. Wait, is this, did they use the older soy sauce as like a starter for the newer stuff? Is that what I just saw? Do they bring in the stuff from outside to use as like the soy sauce equivalent of sourdough starter? Out in the sun though, which confuses me. Oh, you're right. They had glass covers out in the sun. It should be fine. Because usually fermentation isn't always reliant on... As long as the area is cool and it can vent the hot air, which the covers kind of look like it may have been able to do, it should be fine. It should be fine. Methinks. I could only say it as methinks. Them doing it in sync is so funny. More of a joke about Germany going around the Maginot Line. Oh no. I don't know. There's just some things I've always wanted to like buy earthenware pots and stuff for just to store, like rice. I want to put large bags of dry rice in earthenware pots and put them in the kitchen because they're cool. Sure looks like it. You're leaning a lot on that should. I was leaning heavily on the should because I don't know nearly enough to be like, it probably works. Should work. I mean, they're still doing it, so there's got to be like some science to it that like makes sense. Thing is, though, I don't think the fermentation of soy sauce relies on absence or presence of sunlight like other fermentation processes do. But genuinely, I don't know. I don't know. We can see if they take us back outside and we can see if they're like all have glass covers or if only a couple of them do. I mean, it would definitely make inspection several times easier. Is that a pump? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a pump, but to my eyes, it weirdly looks like a bottling process. All right, chat, commercial break. I need to go throw my soju bottle away, so I'll be back in just a minute. And y'all are not allowed to burn anything down. So says me. So says me. Okie dokie. Don't start another one. Don't start another one, Sunstar. Okay. Sorry, I threw the bottle away and then I decided that I needed to harass Coco. Here, let's also do this. That's a little bit better. All right. Music down. There we go. It was the P that's bullshit. Listen, it's fine. It's fine, okay? It's fine. Anyway, back to the bottling process. Who knows the random question, but who knows the YouTube channel that does the like silly versions of how it's made? Yeah, Coco. Hello from my local bar. Ooh, what are you drinking? This is important. What are you drinking? Didn't they do funny sleep prank? Oh yeah, the what they were making like, hold on. They were making like brownies? I think it was brownies, right? Something like that. They were basically making like packaged brownies. And the guy was like, so you know all those guys that like, hold on a second, guys, hold on a second. You know all those people that like fall asleep listening to this, right? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna scream really loud. And then we're gonna go back to acting like nothing happened. Like Coca-Cola, they were making potions. What do you mean, potions? Huggies? That's what it is. Oh shit. I just lost my chapstick over the... I accidentally flicked my chapstick and it went flying over the back of my desk. Crazy. Yeah, that's Huggies. We were talking about the guy who makes like fake how it's made videos, or like voices over how it's made videos with like his own, and it's just like a goofy version. I like them. But yeah, there's the point where he just like screams and then goes back talking about like the how it's made process, like it didn't happen. Oh, that's just a rubber pad. Hey, if it gets the job done, I ain't gonna complain. I ain't gonna complain. Oh. Hands put on labels. Neat. I know a lot of companies that don't really do that these days. The beef is still ranked 2. Rip beef. Oh my god. My side just itched and I reached up and I just found a fucking hole in my armpit. Holy shit. God damn it. I'm wearing my horror movie nights t-shirt. I like my horror movie nights today. I have a heat gun. Okay, that is a really efficient heat gun. Dear God. I made up 4K today. Do we need to check the scores? All right, hold on. That's crazy, guys. 4K shy? What the fuck? I don't know. Catches? Beef, Sunstar, beef, 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 Sunstar, light, Sunstar, Sunstar, beef, Sunstar, Danecrad, Sunstar, beef, Sunstar. Me! I got the pink rubber duck. Good fucking lord. All right. Y'all are so goofy. He wants the real top VIP as opposed to the pity VIP because Sunstar keeps winning. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Not gonna lie, kind of a satisfying clang when they donk. It's the hexagon pan. Does anybody have these? Does anybody own these hexagon pans? I see influencers and shit all over the place with them. Are they actually good? Anybody know? A couple of lucky fish and I'd be screwed. Thing is though, is the fishing game's only open while I'm live. And sometimes as early as an hour before I'm live. I sometimes open the programs early. Sunstar, beef's gonna get you, Sunstar. Beef's gonna get ya. Was that onions and leeks? Sesame seeds. Listen, sometimes the basic dishes are the best. At least there's more seasoning in this one dish than there is in a lot of American cooking. Or British cooking. Here, let's see. I want to get to the gochujang rather than watching these people play around with their soy sauce. An air gun? Okay, that's kind of cool. Using an air gun to peel the onions. So if Mary doesn't know, gochujang is the Korean red pepper paste. It's great. It's delicious. More onions! On the top, I can have my hammer back? Good lord. Holy shit. It's taking those peels off really well. What the fuck? I guess, of course, most of it is just kind of like tearing off. Through the washer, and I'm gonna guess. Oh, he cuts it off before they go into the washer. I gotcha. specialized equipment. Beef gets top spot on fishing sensor, immediately bans beef. Crazy. I noticed one more bit that gets left over from the army. Wait, which part? Which bit? You gotta get on my level to watch me? You crazy bastard. You bitch. Oh, is she rubbing off the last, like, certain layers? Broken layers. The unwanted layers, if you will. Hi, Milky McGee. Welcome into the party. We're currently hanging out. Today's kind of a chill end of the day, winding down because it's today's last stream of the week. Oh my god, wait, was Hectic here? Hectic, are you here? I don't know if we have Mage tomorrow. I want to say we're off for Mage this week. I think I left it in the schedule. I know we're off for Vampire now. I thought we had Vampire this week. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I found out like 2 days ago that we're not actually having Vampire this week. I genuinely thought we were because we canceled last week. Because we decided we were gonna try to fit like the last 3 sessions of Vampire each week in a row, only to find out that this week it's fucking canceled. God damn it. Time to watch all the old VODs, then you can always catch up on the old VODs. There's the VODs on the YouTube channel too. What do you mean your fucking ears? Hmm? Wait, what happened? Industrial grade air machines, the vacuums. Oh, was it the air thing? Was it really loud? Wait, what did? What sounded like rubbing styrofoam? The sugar and the onions. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Onion liquid after removing the onions and aged for a year. Okay, let me give me a sip. Give me a sip. Would it make me blind if I took a sip? Give me the onion juice. Give me the fermented onion juice. We just pop that on. 2 years. Okay. Bathed in the onion aged water? Do you think it would make you immortal? Chili powder. Okay. How much are we measuring here? What's our units of measurement? A fuckload? Or are you getting all of that's in the big bowl in there? Drinks onion juice ceases to exist. It's just those memes of somebody drinking something and then just hitting them with the, where is it? The, as they just flicker out of existence. That's all it is. There's the soybean paste. Also, hold on, soybean powder, I got a cough. Wait, never mind, I'm good. I'm good, never mind. Until it feels right, that measurement resonates with my southern soul. If you ain't sneezing, it ain't season, baby. Rice syrup, okay, there's our sweetener. Because gochujang does have that little bit of like sweet heat to it. So they use rice syrup instead. Exactly, beef, exactly. We need a baseline for fuckload. Get to it, huh? All right, I'll go get the wives. All right, chat. I'm leaving you with this. I'm gonna go fuck my wife or something. They said no. I have to hit 100K followers first. Well, damn. Well, damn. Have a Discord sound for that. All right, now get to fucking... Yep. Yep. Wait, wasn't that playing Slime Rancher? Didn't you get a bunch of the most recent sound alerts in Discord from Slime Rancher? All the gochujang in their jars. Another good thing about gochujang is it's a good seasoning for a lot of like Korean style dishes. It's cheap and it lasts a long time. Same thing with kimchi. Kimchi lasts a little longer than you would expect and it's so good. Oh wait, this is specifically fermented onion gochujang. Okay. Keep my index finger off the trigger because I play a lot of shooters in VR. Oh, interesting. Packages. Onion fermentation, fermented soybean paste. Huh. I'm not gonna lie, that is crazy elaborate packaging, but it's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. It even has a little handle. She has to watch the lives, have fun without her. Yeah, I get the partner cuck chair, I guess. I've been minding trying kimchi, crashes into the jars. Hi, Gaia, how are you doing? That's though, I bought some other gochujang, and it's not nearly as runny as this one. A little jealous. Although it does usually get a lot runnier as you heat it up. Oh, they're making pasta, aren't they? No, not the plastic cheese. No, no, you're ruining the kimchi carbonara. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bastards. Bastards, every one of them. How could they? Break out the Parmesan and like the egg. You make it like a carbonara. You don't just throw the plastic squares in there. Pain. Pain. It still looks good though, I'm not gonna lie. It still looks good. Would. 10 out of 10. 10 out of motherfucking 10, baby. 10 out of motherfucking 10. All right, chat. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Let me go see what we can raid. I actually did not open any streams today again because I did not have enough time to see what was going on. So, all right. Both Hectic and Anna are live. Rama's doing her shenanigans. Tommy's doing retro.
Hit the shop.
Going under. Ah, screw it. We're just gonna raid Anna. Anna Atrocious. OS romance tax. Romance tax. All right then, where the fuck is our butts? But that's it. I'm sure it gives Sunstar anxiety every time in a stream I do something that's just like, but, and Sunstar has the mild panic. No, stream's over. Not getting enough traction. Romance is when we hit partner. Maybe. I do still kind of want to play through Dispatch again and do like an actual romancing thing. But until then, guys, if I don't see you for Mage tomorrow or Vampire Sunday, I will see you Monday. We may do a movie night this weekend. I think we're going to watch V for Vendetta. I've never seen the whole movie, so we may watch that this weekend, just on a whim. So keep an eye out if you aren't in the Discord. I do recommend joining. But partners so hard for the romance. I mean, you can. We have the new fan pages. There's always more people can do. Just support V for Vinny. Oh my god. But I did not do the brulee. I forgot the raid message. That's important. If you don't have a sub, feel free to use the crime please one. I think it's cute. I think it's funny. But if you do have a sub, feel free to use the crime brulee emotes. Until then, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. I am going to go stare at a ceiling a little bit